how I got all those things. My other two are Mark Hamill and Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith has agreed to come on the show, but Kevin Smith is so damn busy, I'm pretty sure he forgot, which is fine. Yeah. which is fine. I'm okay with that. The dude does like 70 podcasts a week and is directing and writing and all that. I'm not upset that he forgot, some dude he met at a show that does a little podcast. I'm okay with that. I was happy to meet him and tell him that he meant as much as he does to me, and that he, in Kevin Smith fashion, cried. So like it was a big deal to do that. Actually, Ming was just remind him, dude, just like message him, DM him on Twitter. Huh? I've been hanging out with Ming all week.
Hey, we're live.
Hanging out with Ming after the show is not for amateurs. Not at all. Okay. You have to be professional. Hanger out.
We are now live. We are live.
We are live.
Go a lot of places and do a lot of things.
Really quick, guys. So we've been making jokes that I'm in the back. I'm also part of the Geek Saga. We are now live streaming from Gem State. So everybody that's online, it's day 2. We're still alive. But we've had a good time so far, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, we are having a time.
All the guests have had a good time.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I'm sure everyone. Was anybody here for any of the interviews yesterday? Did you guys have fun with the interviews at all? Okay.
Did you guys see Sean?
Yes, yay.
That was amazing, was it not? He is a great guy.
Yeah.
I feel like we just needed to tell him a word and just had him go.
Yeah.
Because he had so many stories. It was like, hey, purple. And he could have told like 7 stories about purple.
Yeah.
Like it was really good.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely has.
Yeah, no, that was, trust me, we would have let him stay and just talk for hours. I was so like, wow.
At this point, I want to get him on the build. The build is our interview show, and just let him loose for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Right, like because it's a 2-hour show, so I'll just let him talk for 2 hours.
I don't think it would be 2 hours. I think it would end up being longer.
Graveyard would have to get off the show because he's in Chicago.
Yeah.
I would still stay.
I would stay up and just be like, I'm just gonna be late to work. It's fine.
But
go.
Oh, I was just going to say that for those of you guys that are watching us at home live, we got distance learning. We got Phil Frey on the show, and they do download on Mondays, and they do the build on Thursdays. And then myself with the Geek Saga, I'm live every Wednesday, 7:30. 2 salty veterans that are absolute geeks.
Oh, and are they salty?
Oh, so salty.
If you guys
You're
haven't
so
gotten
salty, your blood pressure.
if you guys
rises.
haven't, I know. If you guys haven't gotten the vibe yet, like, we're both vets. I'm not on his show. It's another vet that's on the show, but I give him crap all the time because he's an MP.
We love animals.
Oh,
He's currently still in the Army.
Veterinarians, right? That's what we're talking about. You guys are veterinarians.
yeah, that's what we do. I
Oh,
put
you
the
mean
glove on and check the
military
horses.
vets? Oh, you do. Oh, okay. You do
It's Ghost,
animal
but-
husbandry.
Oh, Bubble Guts over here?
Got to say something.
Exactly.
But it's gonna be a good day. Who's the first panel today?
Gigi Edgley.
Gigi Edgley. That's cool.
I know, right? It's already going to be a good day, just based off that already.
Well, then I'm gonna get out of the way,
You get off the stage.
and I'm gonna get ready to take pictures.
Leave.
You guys will handle it. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna stay right here. So I'm Gigi. Hi.
She said you're hot.
I know. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
excited.
awesome.
I'm definitely not gonna go. anywhere.
Obviously, that person needs glasses. But
she moved her glasses up after she said the comment. I saw that, so I was watching. Sure.
All right. Well, let's.
All right, I'm out
let's
of
get
here.
this party
Yes,
started.
So I can do an intro. I also need to.
You have some music because you were talking and you weren't prepared.
No, actually, I do have it queued up. I need to turn on the recording.
Oh.
Otherwise,
so we can keep this for posterity.
so I can put it on our podcast. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is an Australian-born actress, singer, and songwriter. She's appeared on American TV, on American TV and internationally,
International TV.
because James doesn't know how to write. International TV, including The Lost World, the Beastmaster series. Best known for her roles as Chiana on the series Farscape, which I just rewatched and it remind me everything, and Laura Knight in Rescue Special Ops. Also an accomplished singer and artist. Why is my mic? There we go. Let's turn that down. Accomplished singer and artist, while always giving back to fans through various fan events and Comic-Cons. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Gigi Edgley.
Isn't it? Good morning.
We try to be at least.
Wow, and you got chips. Oh no,
Those are
Shortbread.
those are Star Wars yellow travel biscuits.
of course.
So
Yeah.
homemade.
Checks out.
My
Yeah, feel free to take one if you
21-year-old
want.
Those
son
guys
made them.
over there just walked in with the best smelling chips, and I was like, can I have one? Feed the starving actress. I'm not this skinny by choice. Just kidding. So already the day has been quite miraculous because my hero of a handler, Jared, who's an absolute diva, just kidding. He's been looking out. He's been looking after me so well all weekend, and he just took it another level up to infinity and beyond. So last night I decided to pour a whole bottle of Evian on my phone on the bedside table. And I was like, oh, maybe I should plug it in to see if it works. And it didn't. So yesterday he told me he was in software design, software.
Oh.
And I was like, try this then. And he bloody fixed it.
Yay!
You're my hero.
Hero.
Let's make sure that we fulfill his rider, please. Someone in the back. Okay.
You know,
I forgot to tell him that not only a few weeks ago, it actually got dropped in the toilet before, and it survived that. So it's fine with toilet water, but not Evian. It was clean. It's all right, but it was in my back pocket. Anyway,
Is
carry
it an
on.
iPhone?
I was
yeah.
gonna
It'll
say,
survive. It's fine.
Isn't that
Yeah,
crazy?
they're waterproof.
And all the backs like broken glass. It's like it's I don't even know how it's existing. You're a hero.
Not all heroes wear
Jared.
capes.
Oh, shut up now.
No. The
No, we
point is to
want
get you to talk more.
Yeah.
This is actually a Geek Squad iPhone tech panel.
Yes.
Yes.
I know nothing about that, so we'll talk
I actually
later.
used to be a Geek Squad technician, and I worked on on the Genius Bar. So
Yes.
we're going to talk nothing but iPhones
This is it.
and
This
no
is
Gigi
it.
Edgley whatsoever.
No, boring. This is the place if you're going to muck up your phone to do it in because everyone's a geek. I love it.
Well, speaking of geeks and geeking out, before we jump onto your story,
Yes.
let's find out a little bit more about you.
Oop.
All right. We have a segment on the show called Growing Up Geeky.
Oh,
What did you geek out on when you were a kid?
Dark Crystal.
Oh, right on automatically.
There we
Dark
go.
Crystal.
Not a hesitation. Obsessed with fairies. Still believe in them. I know aliens exist. I see ghosts all the time. I feel like I live in 10 different realities. When I was a little girl growing up, I was like, watch that movie. I was very awkward and not much has changed. And I felt happy when I was playing in a magical land with fairies and unicorns and dragons. And that's where I just existed. And so dressing up and playing make-believe came with that. And Mum said when I was a kid, the doctors didn't know. They thought something was a bit odd. They couldn't quite put their finger on it. And I'm like, I'm an actress.
Now it all makes sense.
So I blame it on my best friend, Amy Harvey. And she's red hair with freckles still to this day. And when the nanny dropped us in at the preschool or kindergarten or whatever it was, I was losing it. And she comes up and she goes, I'll be your friend. And then she walked me to the dress up box. I'm like, it's probably your fault that I'm an actress as well, because I've never stopped dressing up and playing make believe. It's been my happy place. And I don't know what we're doing on this funny little rock in the middle of nowhere, but if I can share some love and some light and some cool stories and something that's compelling, something you've never seen before, I'm all about it.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. That's all the questions. No,
Okay,
I'm
bye.
kidding.
Bye. But how trippy is that? Like, you know, like if you go, like, how, if I went back to the little girl and went, one day you're going to be working with the Henson Company, part of their family, best friends with Brian Henson. He's a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio. We're just like, there's other things going on. Like, how do you, when I got the audition and I saw the Henson logo on the script, I was like, oh my God. And my mum's a big crazy hippie. And if you've seen any of my past stuff, you've probably heard this story before, but so mum and dad in their heyday were entertainment entrepreneurs, and they brought in Baryshnikov and Nureyev and the Bolshoi Ballet and Cirque du Soleil and Marcel Marceau and like old school showbiz, rock bands, sports stars. So it was just always in our blood. But they had a tumultuous relationship. So we always had nannies, and they were very rarely there, and they were just kids trying to run a business with a lot of other kids and whatever. So when mum and dad broke up again, she went off and decided to be a hippie, and she bought 250 acres on the Gold Coast, and she went like way down the spiritual, like what is life all about? And we had chooks and sheep and goats and cows and lots of snakes and all that on the property. And she would have Deepak Chopra and Hopi Indians dancing from dusk till dawn, and she'd wake me up in the middle of the night with the water sticks, and she'd be like, let's go look for aliens. They're on the property, Gigi. I'll be like, awesome, Mum. And then I'll fall asleep at school the next day. They're like, what's wrong with you? I went looking for aliens with my mum. We couldn't find the portal. They're like, go to the headmistress. I'm like, no, but I'm serious. Like, it was just, she would experiment on us. Like, she would wrap us up in, like, when we had a cough or a sneeze, she'd wrap us up in garlic and cod liver oil in, what do you call it, cling wrap?
Yeah.
So it'd stink. And she'd go, just put your school uniform over the top. We're like, Mom, no. She'd hide ticks in our lunch. Like, it went from it was crazy. So when I got the audition for Farscape, she goes, oh, I know you're going to get it because you've grown up with aliens your whole life. And then we got it. So some weird stuff is going on.
That's awesome.
And it was only meant to be an episode.
Yeah, so like when I was researching you, that was something that we had talked about, and that it was only supposed to be an episode, and you like basically took over the show.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say? What did you?
You were supposed to be on one episode, and then you basically took over the show.
I was like on autopilot. Yeah.
It was I want to say it was episode 15, 16.
15?
Season 1, episode 15.
That's what it was.
And it will always be very precious to me, Durka Returns, because I love it. And because that was meant to be the one and only. And I was sharing a room with Captain Crace. Jared, can you go and tell him to be quiet? Fight. Just kidding.
It's okay. It's on camera for posterity. We'll watch the whole thing.
Thank you. So I was sitting with Captain Crace in his dressing room, because we shared a room because we're both sort of day players at that point. And a script got delivered, and they said, "Oh, it's for Gigi." I went, "It's for the next episode, though," and we were all like, "Huh?" And then we opened it and sat down, so you can imagine Grace and Chiana sitting on the little couch going through the script, and he's like, "Oh, you got more lines. You got lines in here." I'm like, "Huh?" So I called up my agent. I was like, "Oi, they want me for another episode," and they go, "No, it's just one." And I went, there's lines in this next episode. They went, "Oh, crap, better give them a call." So that's how I found out, until they put me in the opening credits, that I was hanging around.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like I was taking over the show. Like, even today, I'm so humble and so I was the new kid at school. I didn't know who to sit next to at the lunchroom, and the makeup looks really beautiful on screen. But I was quite sort of not self-conscious, but well, the whole process was quite nerve-wracking, really, because yeah, they were a fair bit older than me, but it was cool because that's what Chiana was about too. Like she tried to hide it with all this bravado, but she was so lost. I was like, oh, perfect, use it all.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, your character did completely take over the show when she appeared. Because
Wow,
through the beginning of it, when you watch the first 15 episodes,
that's amazing. I've not ever heard that before.
Yeah.
My mind's like being blown right now.
yeah, and it's like like you had all the characters and everything, and like I started gravitating towards like some of the characters on there. But then once you came on, the whole dynamic changed.
Isn't it funny? Because in my head, I'm like, oh, I'm freaking out.
Well, I also think that because we had 14 episodes with the main characters, we had gotten so used to and really lived with them.
Right.
And then they brought you in, and you were that chaotic element, not only on the screen, but for them.
Yeah.
And it really shook the show up. And it was just great because it was that young energy, that kind of, I'm a sidekick, but I'm not, but I'm going to do what I want. And it was nice, especially when you're younger and you see all this amazing stuff and you can really relate to your character because she comes on in the middle of all of this and it's like, I don't know any of you and I don't really trust any of you. So,
and she's just a loose cannon, and they're the fun ones to play, the ones that are messy and unraveled. Because I don't know about you guys, but there's that part in me, like sometimes I look at the new comic book movies and they're too perfect, and I don't care if they die, and I don't really care if they get beaten up, because I'm like, oh, because I can't connect with you because you're too heroic or something. Like you've got to have a bit of soul or a bit of vulnerability. Like I love Deadpool, I love Thor, I love, you know what I mean? Because there's a bit more, they seem a bit more real to me. But Chiana was very cool because if you look at her, she's just a complete, she's everything that she is has happened because she's never known love.
Yeah.
She's never known love. She's never known trust. So she's just untamed and wild, and she doesn't know how to, like that's that cool scene with Ben, with Crichton, where they go to do the kiss and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, this is the only way I know how to thank you.
Right.
Like, it's so sad.
Yeah.
And the one person that she kind of was close to, Neri, he disappeared too. And then there's that whole crazy arc with the Clockwork Nabari and stuff. And I'm getting goosebumps.
Just bringing back memories.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I go very deep when I play the role. I'm an alien. You know what I mean? Like, I've convinced myself that we are going through the uncharted territories, and Rigel is my partner in crime, and let's thrill. You know what I mean? Like, this is awesome. It's like a big playground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And everyone that was, my idol growing up as a kid came to work on Farscape, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Like every day was like a fangirl day for you.
Yeah, totally. And I'm so like this. I'm an open book, and you have to tell me to shut up. And I'll be like, oh, my name's Gigi. Oh, and they're like, okay, can we work? I was like, oh, yeah.
So I got to ask you this, because we're on like the topic of Farscape already. Did you ever break character when Ben Browder called you Pip?
No. I was tripped out by that because my nickname as a kid was Pipsqueak because I was so little. I've always been kind of little. And he goes, okay, Pip or something. I was like, how did you know that that's my nickname? And he goes on, I believe it had something to do with Great Expectations or the favorite traveling companion or something like that. Am I saying that correctly? So it was a complete other reason, but he picked up on that. Isn't that trippy?
That's awesome. Because that was something I was like, how Pip? Like, I understand, like maybe if they called you Jeej or something, but like, I was like, Pip? There's none of those letters, or
that doesn't make. And he because I don't know if you guys realize, but he wrote John Quixote, and he said, what do you want to be in it? I'm like, a fairy, and he's like, okay. And then I was like, some weird clown-looking thing, clown pirate. I'm like, okay, close it up. But what was cool is that I was the chick in it, and I was like, oh, he must like me then because he's written me so big in his episode. And the other thing that I realized with that episode is that he's absolutely crazy. He's so he was the straightest on set for sure. Like, we'd all go out partying and get crazy and all that. And he would never He was a typical, beautiful American, perfect superstar.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, welcome to Australia. Ah, let's go crazy. He's like, oh my God. And so when I read that script, I was like, oh, you are a little cray cray. You just hide it very well.
That's awesome. So what did it feel like coming back when you guys were doing the Peacekeeper Wars?
Weird because I think it should have been something bigger. Weird because we tried to squeeze so much into it. Loved that we had something. Mind blowing that it came from all you guys. Like, I would think I was at a signing somewhere in America, and this is in the early years, just when Farscape was pulled, and a fan came up and said, oh, congratulations, it's coming back. I was like, no, babe, I'm sorry. I wish it was too. And they went, no, it actually is. I'm like, oh, really? So that's how I found out. So that was epic. But I hated the eyes. And I've been very honest all the way with that. Like Chiana, that's how she gets you. You fall into these big, dark black holes. And I don't mind that I go blind. I love that character arc. But I didn't like these weird cat's eyes and stuff. And the prosthetics I thought could have been, that they look different to me in Peacekeeper Wars. So I've got a bit of a love-hate relationship. I'm not, again, being very honest. I want more, and I want more than that.
You know, they could still,
sorry, Brian.
they could still do. I mean, you could offshoot it. I mean, that's kind of the thing is you can, like, there are so many characters connected. You could do
so
like little
many
character mini-series or whatever. That would be
so many. And they were going to bring it, but they were taught that. So Rock O'Bannon called me up in before COVID, and he's like, you're not pregnant, are you? I'm like, who is this? Do you know something that I don't know? And it's Rock, and he's like, because we need you. I went, shut up. Are you joking? He's like, yeah, it's going to happen. Original cast members. Obviously, there'll be some fresh, energy as well, but it's all the old gang coming back. I was like, oh, I said, if it's coming back and you're being for real, we have to take it to the fans, because I've been doing the in between different works on Australian television, and, worked a bit with the Sci-Fi Channel on the Jim Henson Creature Shop Challenge and some other cool productions. I've been doing Comic Cons, pretty steadily for the last 20, 25 years. And he said, what would you recommend? I said, San Diego Comic Con, Dragon Con, and there was a promoter doing a reunion in New York called WinterCon. So we had a combination of Brian Henson, Rockney, myself, I'll say the character names, Crichton, Aaron, Grazer, Crace, Dargo, all on a panel announcing that it's coming back. And then the world shut down.
Oh gosh.
I was like, oh my gosh. So it's heartbreaking. And I still think that there's a possibility, but I don't know what and when and how.
I think it's time for a return. I think
Yes.
it is. I do. What do you guys think?
Yay!
I don't know if that.
I mean, it's only been
I didn't
25
feel that.
years.
I didn't
We're all
feel
getting
that.
old and fat and dying. Come on.
I didn't feel that. I think we need a little bit more energy. I know it's a little
It's
early
Sunday.
and it's Sunday.
Gu-
Come
Guys,
on, let's do-
make all of Boise feel you. Do you guys want
Come on.
Farscape to come back?
Awesome.
Love
felt
you
that.
guys. I need you when I wake up
Much
every
yes.
morning.
All right. So I know you also dance. Like you've been a dancer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you probably a really basic question here. So I noticed when you play Chiana, I'm going to call her Chiani for some reason.
That's all
Probably
right.
Dune. It's all Dune's fault.
I've been called a lot
It's
more
Dune's
interesting
fault.
things. It's okay.
Right. How I noticed the way that you moved as her, it was almost mesmerizing. It really was. And I wondered how you developed that. Was it just organic, or did you go watch Wolves or something? I mean,
Wolves. Wow. That's such a compliment. I love that. I'm all about wolves. So where did I find? She found me. I knew I'd never seen Farscape before, and I knew that I'd seen sci-fi and I hadn't really connected with it because I've seen so many sci-fis where it just looks like a human with stuff stuck on. I'm like, you could play an alien go crazy. Like
Yeah.
you've never met this species before. You can do anything that you want. And because I was so obsessed with the Jim Henson Company and their creatures, I wanted to be a creature. So when I finally, like there was like 8 auditions, costume fittings, creature shop. They gave me fake teeth. It's on YouTube, but then I would dribble with them and I had a lisp and they're like, get rid of the teeth. They really like the specificity that they put into every character. They dyed my mouth black with black food dye before each take, but then it started dyeing my teeth and they're like, okay, stop that. Then they would, like Scorpius, they gave him licorice before every take to make his mouth black. Like this show was amazing.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be a creature, and she for sure, like the first time, like because also, you know, you'll do rehearse and stuff like that, but you won't have your full costume on. You'll have your bodysuit. You don't have your armor on yet. You don't have your gun or your comm or anything like that. So when you get all your gear on, I said, can I just have like 5 minutes just to, and so I looked at this creature looking back at me, and then she came. And that's how she just arrived. And obviously she's me, but it definitely feels like a force from a spirit from somewhere else.
That's awesome.
Because she's so beautiful. I'm so 3.5 hours every day, 16-hour days for over 5 years. And I'd do it again for another 20 years because she's just a pleasure to hang out with. She's one of my favorites.
It's awesome.
That is awesome. Well, you obviously did it very well. I mean, honestly, I would watch this time when I watched it because I wanted to get more into your character. So I focused on her a lot more, and really the movements. I was like, that's what made her alien, was the movements and how you embodied it. So
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not gushing. I promise.
That's all right. You can gush. I won't
It's okay.
stop
She's
you.
gushing.
Carry on. I shall allow it.
I'll allow it.
But I think like Farscape is so magical, guys. Like it's literally 25 years ago, and it still feels alive to me in my heart and soul. And the people that it's reached, like literally traveled me around the world more than several times, meeting all of you guys. I wouldn't be sitting here or anywhere if it wasn't for all of you. So I'm so grateful. So straight after Farscape, I did about a good solid sort of 10 years on Aussie TV that you've never seen. So it's funny because in Australia they know me as cops and robbers and doctors and nurses and, you know, the girl next door. And all you guys know me as this crazy Nabari Trout. So it's a funny like crossover. So in between work, so I felt like I got to a certain level in Australia, and I had the connection vaguely with America because of the Comic Cons. And if you're on set, you're always like, hear of an actor going to Hollywood or America, and you're like, did they make it? Are they dead? Are they druggies? Are they, you know, did they survive? Are they on the billboards? Like, it's like, you know, old wives sitting around going, what happened to them, you know? And so I'm like, I'm going to give it a bash. So we go, so I've been pretty much in LA on and off in between the work in Australia and stuff for easily like last 10, 15, maybe even more. And then I make my own productions because I want to show you guys and give something back to you guys. It's from my heart and soul. So I do music videos. There is a through line with Farscape because I'm addicted to body paint. So in COVID, one of the I didn't know, as we all did, what the heck was going on. And then after that few months, I was like, I'm going to go insane if I just sit in the house, and I need to create. So I thought, what can I do with my skill set that can help me be a better person, be a better mum, help my daughter, help. Every time I got online, it was just people attacking everyone. I was like, F this, we should be looking after each other. You can agree with that. You can think that. That's okay. It's all a new thing for all of us. Let's just chill out. So you weren't allowed to shoot, so we shot underwater. I'm like, well, can't get COVID underwater, can you? I don't know. So
You can get pneumonia.
I will find a way. Yeah, I pretty much almost did, but funny you should say. So I was just thinking about, like, I have a few songs that I hadn't made music videos for yet. and I want to get into directing. I want to get into more producing, and I've been doing it a bit for the last few years as well. So I was like, what do we need to hear? It's all about, and also another fun part of it is that I was going through an intense breakup with my daughter's dad, and we were in lockdown in the house together
Oh,
for like
yeah.
3 years.
That sounds like a good time.
It was a very life experience. So anyway, so I was like, I got to stay in the love, and I got to stay in the light. So I was like, how about the girl drops into a dark abyss, and she's, wearing this beautiful flowing outfit and whatever else. And then as the song goes on, I get covered in like this crazy UV light, and it's like beautiful body paint and everything. And by the end, she's a glowing avatar. So it's all about self-love, giving love out, all that.
That's
So
amazing.
yeah, and it was all a great idea at the time. And then we're like, this is going to be intense to shoot, because you've got to get in and out, in and out, in and out of the pool. We had to shoot it at night, but we had the amazing Lara Chromium. She came in and she body painted it all, and it's all online. It's all on my website. And then during the lockdown, for my sanity and also for everyone around, we did a Twitch show.
Oh, wow.
And I'm the worst. I break technical things quite clearly don't agree with me very well. So that was all part of the show too, is like, can she make it through one show without the mic, doing
Right.
weird stuff, or the cat taking a dump, or God knows what, right? So, and Sky was with me most of it as well. And, it was just mayhem, but that was all part of the silliness. So we called ourselves the Twitch Tribe, and we're like, oi, do you want to do another music video? Yeah, you already did water, so maybe do air. I'm like, that sounds great. I'll train up on aerial silks for 3 months. Like, what am I? So Alana came in again, and she dressed me up as a dragon, and this song was all about using the negativity in your life and putting it into something positive. So similar kind of vibe, but being a warrior,
Yeah.
getting through it. So I trained up, and I do not advise it. It's extremely painful and highly dangerous. And it was like I went to look at the studio, and they go, oh, just to hire the studio was like $5,000 for one day. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to need help. So I went back to the tribe, and I went, dudes, it's not going to happen, this and that. They're like, let's do a Kickstarter. It was Indiegogo. So we did that and raised within like weeks, but great. Made this all together. Fantastic rewards, everyone contributing. People came to set to help out. It was awesome. So the night before, I probably got maybe 2 hours sleep, because we were still setting up. We were still like getting the catering organized for the crew. Again, a very small crew. Again, having to do it all in COVID with all the new rules and blah, blah. So I was the first shot. So they'd got me in at I'd got myself in at 3 a.m. to start the makeup pretty much. Oh, it wasn't 3. We left the house around 3. Anyway, it was a long morning. The makeup took about 4 or 5 hours. So I was the first shot. I'm up the top of the warehouse downtown, hanging upside down, on no sleep, with contact lenses, painted pretty much naked, over a concrete floor. I'm with a drone flying around, smacking me in the head. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, for the love of the art, I must get the message out. And Mum's like, are you making any money? I'm like, that's not the point, Mum.
Go back to the commune, Mom.
Right?
That just brought the fun factor up 1,000 times more, and it's already been fun. So it's like,
So that's on the website too. That's called
Oh, that's
Dragon in My
awesome.
Soul.
Well, so speaking of crazy things that you have done,
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
so
No comment.
Star Trek continues, the fan series. Obviously, probably best costume that you've ever been in, right?
Oh.
The old school.
The boys like it. The
The
boys
old
dig
school.
that little outfit, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
I guess
you know
nobody
what?
here does.
I want to wear one of those because he just looks so cool.
But the hair is the worst thing. I cannot believe, Dave, I love you so much, but please take that ridiculous photo. It was we did it on the side of set, like just mucking, I'm gonna fall off my chair, just mucking around with that ridiculous, like I don't know, it looks like I got
wig,
what is that, tribble in my hair or something.
The beehive.
Yeah, and I it's ridiculous. And I said, it's like some random photo off the net. I was like, oh gosh, and that's on all the promos. I love you, Dave. So let's see. I had to get rid of that ridiculous hairdo. I was like, dudes, you can't expect me to go on an emotional journey with this on my head. I'm sorry. Okay. So you'll notice that it's in like the first 2 scenes and then it turns into a gentle ponytail.
Yes, yes. So, well, what was it like? I mean, it was a fan series, and like there were a lot of like who's
Hoo-hoos.
A lot of hoo-hoos.
who's who of sci-fi fame, and like you were part of that. How was that?
Loved it. Beautiful. Love the whole crew. Love Vic, dear friend. We did many Comic Cons. Again, we are family. You guys are my family. I treat like this is my heart and soul, you know. And so many of my productions have been made through the convention family. And Vic and I were together for years and all around the world, and you know, we'd have deep and meaningfuls. He's like, your life is so messed up, I'm going to write a script about it. I'm like, thanks. And he did. So that story is based very closely on, you know, stuff that's happened in my past, and I'd never done a fan thing before. And I said, Vic, I love you, babe, but you know, I usually am hired by the Sci-Fi Channel and Channel 9 and stuff. He goes, okay, I'll just leave you this script to read. And when I read it, I'm like, nobody else is playing this. This is my story. And it was beautiful. Like just such a love. Kingsland, Georgia had never seen anything like it. It was my birthday that weekend too. So my
nice.
guy that I was dating was like, okay, you've got 2 choices. We can go ride the carts at Walmart. I'm like, don't even tell me the second choice. So we just beeped around on the carts for my birthday. That was it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, that sounds like an amazing time to begin with. It's like go-karting, but amongst the people.
Yeah, free.
Yes.
Free.
There you go.
Yeah, beautiful. Uzdi is amazing, a very emotional character. I get cast in that a lot, and I do it from, there's no fake tears or anything. I sit on side of set, and if I have to miss lunch, I'll sit there to try and get to where I need to be. But he said, like, the very first couple of words that I did, because it's all shot out of order, was it's his father when I walk in onto the bridge. And Vic could hear me preparing behind the doors. And I really I imagine people in my life and I talk to them or anything to try and get me to that emotional space. And I was getting ready and a makeup artist was like, oh my God, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, babe, it's fine. I'm just getting ready thank you so much. I go, oh, okay. And I'm like, you know, getting into it. And then 2 other people are like, oh, Shishi, are you okay? I'm like, yes, I'm okay.
I'm getting into character.
But so he heard me preparing and I walked in and he goes, cut, because it made him cry. And he goes, no, Kirk wouldn't cry. I'm like, do it. That'd be so cool. He's like, no, got to makeup. So he fixed himself up and we went again. But that just so lovely. It was such a pleasure to be there. And it's got such a big fan following.
Mm-hmm.
And Trekkies are very, you know,
Yeah.
pedantic in there, very, very specific, very pedantic
Yes.
in their fandom. So you don't want to not impress them, and that it's a really beautiful show.
They'll sick the tribbles on you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. You do not want an army of tribbles.
and
Yeah.
I'm not a massive Trekkie either. Like, don't tell him that. Like, he was so proud walking me through the sets, and I remember like I was 30 something and I woke up with the biggest pimple on my face and I was like, I haven't had a pimple for years. What is this? And I was like, no, it was the day before. And I was like, I'll just squeeze it because that'll help, and put toothpaste on it, which never helps. And it doubled the size. And Vic picked me up and he visibly went, he goes, whoa.
Did you get stung?
Yeah, he's like, are you bringing your friend to set too? I was like, shut up, Vic. He said, we'll shoot around it. So you'll see some of the things are very the glamorous life of movie making.
We're learning all of the backstage
Oh,
secrets
yeah.
here
All
this
the
morning.
tea.
All of that.
By the
yeah.
way, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody has questions for Gigi, if you kind of line up behind the mic right here, you can ask her a question here in a moment.
Yeah, it's
Yes, we're coming to the
beautiful.
audience.
Woo.
audience participation. I don't know what is wrong with me this morning. Apparently, my translator is broken.
It's okay.
It's probably me. I'm rubbing off
English
on
is not our forte. Technically, I'm ESL, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
you. I speak Australian. They can't even understand what I'm talking about.
Weirdly
English
enough, I
and bad
understand you
English.
completely. Maybe you are.
You're like, wait a second.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Oh.
So gotta ask you this. We're gonna kind of get back into just kind of the mind of Gigi, even though we've been there the entire time.
I'm
but-
sorry. I'll just apologize right now.
So no, these are fun questions. What would be a dream role or franchise to be a part of? What's something that you,
Tinkerbell. I want to be Tinkerbell.
She must be
Tinkerbell.
Tinkerbell. She has said she likes fairies.
I'm
We
obsessed
did
with
establish this in
fairies
the
or
beginning.
mermaids. I want to be a mermaid at Wiki Watchy. Have you guys been there? It's in Florida. I love it.
Oh, I haven't been there.
It's
I love
so
mermaids,
good.
though.
That's my another. Oh, it's very old school, and these mermaids have been there for some time, and I think I stand a chance. But they go underwater in a natural spring, and you like sit, on the other side of the glass, and they breathe through the reeds.
Oh wow.
yeah. I know which
Yes.
ones you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
They look super cool. Like somehow their tails look real. It's
I
crazy.
love mermaids. I love, and really anything with a good script. Like I don't do a lot of horror because I just feel like there's so much negativity in this world. I try not to build upon it, but just anything really with a good script, really. Like something solid and compelling and without gratuitous. I don't mind all the raunchy stuff or the crazy or the intense stuff, but as long as it's called for.
Mhm.
Right.
Is there any major franchises that you just like? Oh man, I'd love to be in that.
Every single one.
Okay, so Hollywood, just so you know, Star Wars next.
I see a lot of the new stuff coming out, and I'm like, I could do that. That could be me. But I think every actor does that.
So we just made a joke about like Australians and Americans, right? But what is a word that Americans say that just makes you giggle?
I don't. I'm way outnumbered here, so I'm not gonna. I don't know. I can't. I don't. What do you say? I don't. In America, they always say, "I'll reach out." I'm like, that's creepy. We'll reach out. I'm like, huh? No, it's fine. Like weird sayings. I don't. It's funny because when I go back to Australia, they're like, "Oh, you sound American." I'm like, this isn't what an American sounds like. But I think because I've been here for so long, there's certain words or something. And our dog that's not with us anymore was MacGyver. And so I guess if I was saying that Aussie, I'd be like MacGyver, but I say MacGyver, and they're like, "Oh, Sky."
Did you just enunciate your R?
Yeah, exactly. My little girl, her first name is Sky, middle name Walker, and she's so American, but I can't hear it because I can't. She's my babe. I mean, I can hear it when people point it out, but she just sounds like Sky to me. you know?
Right.
But when she goes back with all the cousins imitate her
Right.
because she sounds so American. And she's like, "Mom, I literally said, technically, cut it out." I'm like, "Where do you learn all this stuff? Like, I never say this crap. Like, what is going
You've been
on?"
watching a little bit too much Cher.
It is. Mom. I'm like, "It's mum. But my ex was like, "I can't understand what you say. Just text me." And I was like, "I'm not texting you. We're sitting at the dinner table." He's like, "I don't know."
That's
I forget
awesome.
I sound different. But when I hear another Aussie and I hear, "No, that's," or yeah, just anything Aussie, I'd be like, "Oh, I don't sound like that, do I?" And they're like, "Yeah, but worse."
But like Americans are so idiotic, right? Because we do the whole raise up lights, right? If you say raise up lights, it's razor blades in Australian.
raise up lights, razor blades. Right. I'm trying to think what else we do, but we've got stupid sayings that you never hear that are on, like flaming galahs. We never say that. And shrimp on a barbie, we don't say that because
Right.
we don't call shrimp, we call them prawns.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how that one came about. And we don't know what a blooming onion is.
So I have a lot of Aussie friends, and they were like, "We hear about this blooming onion. What the hell is that?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "It's basically an overgrown onion ring. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it."
Just leave it. Leave it. What else do we say? But it is funny, like when I just went to New Zealand and then we went to Australia for my brother's wedding. And as soon as you get on the plane, you hear all the Aussies and it makes my heart. It does make my heart warm. But I still know I've got something bigger to do here. Like I can still feel like in Australia, I love it, but it feels a bit like treading water a little bit because I feel like I've, like I said before, sort of done what I can do there. Whereas in America, it's every second person's, a creator.
Right.
And it's challenging. Like I call LA Australia on steroids. I've had my highest highs, but I've definitely had my lowest lows.
Yeah.
It's next level stuff. And it also might be because I don't have my crew. Like I have 7 brothers and sisters back home. So I'm used to everything's better. Well, sometimes just kidding, family, with your mob around,
Right,
your
yeah.
sounding board and stuff like that. And I don't really, other than Sky and my Comic-Con family, I don't, hang out with a lot of people because I'm usually making a production or getting ready for the next Comic-Con. So I don't really have a lot of time to have, a ton of mates and stuff like that. So can you be my friend?
Gladly.
That's why I can't stop talking and people walk away from the table. I'm like, no, I'm not done yet. We'd like to see the rest of the Comic-Con, please, Sheesh. Okay.
Oh, the other thing too, guys. Foster's is the natty ice of Australia. It's terrible.
Oh, it's horrible. And I don't even drink beer and I know it's horrible. Yeah, no, that's not, don't do that.
Because apparently Americans love Foster's, and it's like, yeah, but that's crap beer in Australia. So
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What do they drink? I don't even know because I'm not a beer drinker. I should get onto that. Should fix that right away.
Gigi Edgley is the first one to import good Australian beer to the United States.
No, but you know what? We do have really good cappuccinos, like really good. Like I would say probably the best. And beautiful. I haven't seen Oregon, but the beaches in Australia are amazing, like crystal clear ocean, a few sharks, whatever, but it's worth it.
That's awesome. We're going to ask you one more question, and then we will have the audience ask some questions to round this all out. It's a big one. What are you currently nerding out on right now?
My daughter, for sure. She's and now I feel like a geek because she's starting to talk back and I can't handle it. I don't know what to do. And I say to the dad, how do you deal with this? He goes like, what? And I was like, oh, it breaks my heart every time she says whatever, mom. And I was like, what do you mean? I'm just obsessed by her. Every single thing I do is always for the little one. I would like to have time to really focus on this feature film idea that I've had for a while, and I really want to nerd out on that. Like I want to give, I think you guys would just be blown away with it. I just got to sit down and create it. Like I have lots of visuals and I have lots of images and I have lots of separate scenes, but I've got to make an order for it.
Right.
The latest project that I've been working on is called The Edge of Existence, and it's a play on my last name, Edgley.
Nice.
And it's all about the weird and wonderful adventures, because a lot of people I talk to, I go, oh, yeah, this happened. They're like, shut up. That doesn't happen. I'm like, well, it did. So you're not going to know what's made up and what's real, because you probably think, the stuff that's made up, vice versa, you know what I mean? Like it's very trippy, my life. So I was like, I got to write about this. So, and Sky's in it and everything. And so that's a graphic novel. We've written it. It's getting created by Santoris at the moment. So that should be out before the end of the year. The industry, I've been doing it ever since, like I've never had any other job. And I love it. The reason why I fell in love was to tell beautiful stories and challenge people and myself and, bring love and light. But there's a very interesting underbelly to the industry, and it's very political and it's very, and that's the bit that I'm not keen on. So I was like, well, if I can stay true to my heart and soul and really focus on making my own productions, that's my next sort of journey. And if the next big job pops up or a Farscape or whatever, I'll take it for sure. But if I can keep making my own little productions, that's what I'd like to be nerding out on, because I've got some pretty cool stories to share with you.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Do we have any audience questions? Come on. She's here. Ask her anything.
Hi, guys.
Were we just so thorough that like
Yeah.
nobody has?
Wow, that was the best panel I've ever seen in my whole life.
So I have a question. I talked to you yesterday. We went to Dragon Con in 2019. And my partner had been multiple times before and said, Gigi is really cool because she's actually like just a super nerd and she comes all the time and she loves it. And I saw that in the panels and you came to like the parties and we saw you walking around. That was just totally normal. And I think it's cool because that really comes through in your art and all the things that you do are like, as an artist, but also as a fan of fantasy.
You guys are
and
so
stories.
nice.
But
so
I
beautiful.
guess my question is like, how do you do that? Because like, you're going and it's your job. How do you like kind of disconnect? I imagine it's exhausting.
I feel like the one thing I definitely miss, even though Dad and I are 50-50, is I miss not being with my bubba all the time. That's the one thing that will make me a bit blue. But it is what it is, and you've still got to work and make dollars and all that kind of stuff, and also keep creating beautiful things. So I do lots of hot yoga when I can. I would like to get back into my fire spinning. I haven't done that in a while. But you guys, like I said, you're my big family. And ever since Sky was born, she was on the circuit with me. She wasn't even a month old.
Oh, wow.
And we were on our way to London with her and the dad when we were still together. So there's a part of me that it breaks my heart that she's not on these adventures, because what a cool way to grow up. And I try to bring her on as many as possible, but so how do I do it? Is that the question? Love. It's all love. You guys are the best.
Yeah. How do I like at a con? How do you go and do pictures and autographs and panels, and then also just like enjoy the con?
I love
with
it.
other
I
nerds?
love you guys. I love, like, this is the best life. It really is. And I say that from my heart and soul. Like, I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky because you guys keep me in the love and in the light.
Thank you.
Guys.
Do we have any other questions? I don't know if anybody wants to follow that question because
I
it's
know,
pretty
right?
cool.
Yeah,
But
that was beautiful. Good luck. No pressure.
So, I'm a big fan of Farscape.
Me too.
I've seen every one of them, but it's been a while. Thinking back on the show and all of the main characters, yours to me was the most alien of all. So my question is, what is it like to audition for a show like that, and how do you make a character like that your own and unique and special?
She, like, the description was just, as I said before, I'd not seen Farscape, so I didn't know what I was getting myself into, other than I knew it was Henson's, and anything you see of theirs is magical, and the characters are very deep, and not from this world. So when I went into the audition, I think I was like 22. And it was really my first. I'd done a guest star on Water Rats, and I'd been a girl in the bikini on Paradise Beach that had won a competition, and I'd had 3 lines when I was younger. But my first body of work had all been theatre, and I miss that a lot too. And I think Farscape is very theatrical in a way. The characters are raw and organic and wild, but they're big. Like, if you went in and just acted like you act on a normal series, you'd get swallowed up as well. But Chiana, the scene was extremely, I remember it being, she was very sexy, but then she was very dark, and you had to cry in the scene, and then you had to recover from that. And that's very hard too, is when you've got to emote halfway through, because you've got to find it. And if you're nervous, and there's so many things that come into just coming up with tears like that as well. So when I walked into the room, the guy's name was Andrew Prowse, and he's around, but he's not in the physical sense anymore. And he just he's such a hard man to impress. And you're terrified, going in there and these beautiful girls, 15 girls that look prettier and more clever than you are sitting in the waiting room saying the same. It's terrifying. So when I'm nervous, hi, I'm Gigi. Hi, what's your star sign? Oh, hi. They're like, shut up. We're trying to prepare for the scene. So I walked in there and I said, look, I know she's an alien. So how do you want me to show that? He goes, I just want to see if you can act. Terrifying. So I had like little weird things, but nothing to the extreme of what you see, because then she kept growing and growing because of the makeup, and the makeup allowed me to do more crazy things and stuff. But after that, walked out and I was devastated. I mucked it up. There's no way I'll ever hear from them. What an idiot I am, blah, 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 blah. And then the phone rang. I was like, what? And when I was in WinterCon with Rockney in December, when we were doing a panel, he goes, when we saw Gigi's tape, that was it. There was no one that came close. And I was like, you could have told me that 25 years ago. Thanks. Because it's very,
The game in the industry.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so trippy to me because you guys give so much and you're so loving and encouraging and adoring, but I still, you still go home at the end of the night and go, okay, I've got to be better at this. I've got to do more hard work. I've got to, you want to, it's a trippy circumstance kind of thing. So I'm so appreciative, but constantly striving to give you more cool things and tell more amazing stories, because I feel like you get a taste of the success and now you got to up it, because you guys, you want to keep giving good stuff, not just sit and ride on something that's happened many moons ago kind of thing. That was a very long answer for that.
Well, we have two final questions.
No!
Rapid fire.
Oh, she's.
And they are the hardest questions we've asked the entire morning here.
Yes, I love donuts.
You're close, actually. You're close.
Ah,
Okay.
am I?
What is your favorite kind of taco?
Chicken and cheese and lots of taco sauce.
I dig it. I dig it. And then who wins in a fight?
I don't
Chiana.
fight. I'm a lover. Why are you doing this to me?
Chiana.
Chiana.
Or Eliza Taylor?
Chiana. Shut up.
So where can everybody follow you, find out more about you, where you're going to be next, everything like that?
So my website is my name, gigiedgley.com, and I've got links to all my things there. Because Eliza would just cry.
Right?
I've got my music videos. I've got my upcoming appearances. There's a contact email on there. If you ever have ideas or feedback, that goes to me, that email. And I've got my Australian work. I did 3 seasons on Rescue. That's on Amazon. A season of Tricky Business. That's on Amazon. That's human stuff, so you might be not into that. Come on up to the table. I'll be there right now and say hello. And I've got lots of pretty photos, and we can do fun selfies and all that together too.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
having me,
much, yeah.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being up here with us. Everybody give a round of applause to Gigi. Yes, is Tony Oliver. And if you are a fan of, if you have a fan, if you're a fan of just like anime or anything in the 90s, Tony has his hand in a lot of things, and you guys are going to be surprised. So get ready here. We are going to be doing this in about 7 minutes.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and
Live.
we're back to Looping Live.
I'm so glad we've made it.
Is everybody having a good time so far?
Yeah. No.
You guys enjoying
yes,
the con
no.
in general?
Yeah.
I am not feeling it at all. At all. You know what I feel from you guys right now? Man.
Yeah, we're here. It's cool.
Right?
Exhausted. Why?
Sure. I've been on stage for 2 days.
I've been running up and down.
I've
Look at
had
that
to be on stage with him
Yeah.
for 2 days. So
You can imagine You can imagine how much it sucks to be on stage with me. She has to deal with me.
Such a diva. So many demands.
I am the divaest of the divas.
Yes, but we're really excited about the next guest that's coming on.
Oh, we are. Actually, right before we do that, guys,
Oh,
see this Goonies pin right here? Sloth. If you're a fan of Sloth, I am giving this away today. All you have to do to enter in for that is follow us on Instagram at Distance Nerding. And right before the cosplay contest today, I'm going to be announcing who wins this. All you got to do is come to the stage, and it's yours.
There you go.
if
All
you
right?
want.
If you're interested in things like that. We frequently give prizes away and give stuff away like Funko Pops and Lego kits and things like that. So if you're into that kind of stuff, follow us at Distance Nerding. So with all that being
All right,
said,
I'm out here.
get off the stage.
But I do have to say, I love your work. You're amazing.
We're about to nerd the hell out on it too.
I'm already nerding out.
Let me grab this. Make sure
Goodness.
everything is on.
You know, I like this vibe, this music vibe. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I've been trying to put some
Little
chill music
bouncy.
on. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is a legendary actor who has voiced some of the world's most known anime characters, has done hundreds of characters that span generations. He's been a part of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Sailor Moon, Transformers, Hunter x Hunter, Beyblade, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, you guys get it, right? But you probably know him most from Naruto, which actually I was just playing a song from Naruto right there, and Robotech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tony Oliver.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. God, you gave what an intro. I sound really old.
I assume you're not, though. This is-
Oh yeah, no, I'm old. Yeah, that's it.
I think we should replace old with legendary.
Yes.
I'm seasoned. How's that?
Seasoned. There you go.
Is good.
Seasoned.
Seasoned is good. Right? The legend of Tony Oliver.
Thank you. In my own mind, absolutely.
In the mind of the people who are sitting in here as well. Right?
Absolutely.
So Tony, we have a show or a segment on our show called Growing Up Geeky.
Okay.
What did you geek out on when you were a kid?
Batman.
Yes.
I was yeah, my mom took me down to the Coliseum to meet Adam West. I did all of that stuff. So I was a Batman nut back then.
Oh, that's
We share
awesome.
that because
And then,
that might,
and then I moved into that time I was getting too old for Batman. Star Trek showed up. So
nice.
that was great. So that's kind of a transition.
Yeah. We share that because that was my growing up geeky thing too. Is 66 Adam West Batman.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so cheesy.
I think
No.
that was a lot of people's first intro to Batman was 66 because they
Yeah.
showed it like after schools and so
Yeah.
I too Batgirl loved very first superhero I ever loved. So
Ironically, years later, I was doing a parody, a Lord of the Rings parody for a joke thing that was going around on the YouTube, and they set me up as Frodo, and I was when we were shooting in this cave, and I'm looking around going, oh my God, this is the Bat Cave. We were in the Bat Cave. It exists. It's a real place.
you're in the Batcave as Frodo.
Yeah.
Like that's real meta.
And you're just like, wait, where are we? This is Gotham, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know Gotham was actually a place.
Yeah.
More a state of mind. So let's talk about like you growing up. So since we're in the growing up part, what was it like growing up in Puerto Rico?
I didn't grow up in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
That's a misnomer. I know I'm from Puerto Rico. I was born there, but I grew up in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
I was about a year old. We moved to San Francisco for a couple of years while my dad finished up his army stuff, and then we moved to LA after that. And,
Okay.
So I spent most of my time there. So I grew up in La La Land.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind.
He was born in Puerto Rico.
I was born
Yeah.
there, yeah, and my household was culturally I'm Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
But,
Boricua.
Boricua, see?
There you go.
I'm Nicaraguense, so I mean, like, we're close.
Yeah.
There we go. And now they're bonding.
Exactly.
So you began acting on stage.
Mhm.
Which production made you think, I want to do this for the rest of my life?
Oh God, almost every one of them. I guess this will tell the story. It was in sixth grade. I was in the choir in sixth grade, and I got the Christmas solo. So I got to sing a solo. And I was really nervous, and I went and sang my solo, and I got a standing ovation. And I kind of went, oh, I like this. So I kept doing it, and then I got into junior high school, and my voice started to change, so I could no longer sing. So I took stage crew. So I was going to just run the curtains or something. And I'm watching, they're doing a production of Up the Down Staircase. And I'm looking going, I could do that. I want to do that. So I started pursuing it when I was really young. I went to theater workshops and things like that. And the minute I could, I started auditioning and had very little success.
Well, as you do with auditioning in general, right?
Yeah.
I turned out I did well on stage,
Mhm.
but you can't make a living in LA on stage. At
Right.
least not at the time. It's a little better now. And TV didn't like me.
Yeah.
And I was in a couple of really bad movies, and I was terrible. I mean, I was really bad. I was very over the top and not pleasant to watch. And then I auditioned for my first voice job, and I landed it. And my second voice job, I landed a lead in a feature film called The Sea Prince and the Fire Child. And my third audition was Robotech, and I landed that. So it's like, okay, so the universe is telling me I need to be a voice actor, and so that's how I
Yeah.
ended up in that path.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And Robotech, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know.
That was going to be my exit. I had quit acting at that point. My
Oh,
second
wow.
child had shown up, was being born. I took a job with a friend at a radio station 100 miles north in another city, and in sales, not even on the air. And suddenly I landed Robotech. So I'm driving 100 miles each way to do the job, figuring, well, this is going to be my last job. At least I'm getting paid once in my life to act.
Right, exactly.
And then it turned into what it turned into, and it became a career for me.
Yeah, our other host James he couldn't make it to the show, but he's so upset because you were one of the big ones for him.
Yeah.
He was like, "Dude, you're gonna interview Tony Oliver." Robotech is a big deal for him. So
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank him.
Yeah.
It's
oh,
a big deal for me, actually.
so for posterity, I got it on the interview so that
Yeah.
he knows in the future.
Right.
Yeah, so this is how important Robotech was to me. Carl Masek, who was the producer, hired me. I had no credit. I had one credit in voice acting that I don't think he even know about. I had no television credits. I had a little bit of stage, and I did a nice audition, and he cast me in the lead in his new show. I mean, that was a tremendous amount of trust and faith.
Yeah,
And because of him, I have a career. So he's
That's
gone.
awesome.
So thank you, Carl.
Oh, that's
like
amazing.
generally, what was your experience with Robotech?
I'd never dubbed before, so I'm learning how to dub as we're doing this. Back then, we didn't have the technology we have right now. So right now we have beeps and visual stuff and all stuff to lead us to the line. Back then, you're kind of eyeballing it as it goes by.
It's the lip flapping.
Yeah.
right?
So
Just-
most of the time, I was trying to act, and I was terrified that I was going to get fired because I couldn't quantify how I'm doing because I've never done this before, and I think it's okay. And they keep bringing me back, but we're all I haven't even met the other cast because we record one person at a time.
Right.
And most of
Right.
the time, I'm driving down from Bakersfield, so I'm not even starting till like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I had a job in Bakersfield.
Right, yeah.
And so it was really interesting and terrifying and scary. And it wasn't until Carl sat down with myself and Becky and the main cast and kind of explained his vision of the show going forward. It never did what he wanted to do, but it kind of started making me feel like it was I'm where I belong. And yes, maybe I'm a part of this. Maybe I'm not going to get fired. Every big job I've ever had, I just assumed I was going to be fired by the end of the day. It's kind of funny.
Does that ever go away? I mean,
No.
in general, not just
No.
for you.
Yeah.
No, in fact, I have to teach my students. I teach a lot, and we all have this little voice on our shoulder that
Right.
tells us we suck, we're terrible, and we shouldn't be doing this.
You are your worst.
But
almost critic.
there's also a voice that got us to start doing theater, and that's the voice over here saying,
Mhm.
"Hey, this is fun. This is good. You can do it. You're good." And the problem is, we only listen to the one voice. So you got to listen. In order to last in this career, you have to listen to them both,
Right.
which means you have to have an ego, but you have to keep it in check.
Exactly.
Like that.
Exactly.
Like when you first started playing in Robotech, did you have any references? Like, did you see the Japanese version before you were able to kind of create the character, or
Yeah.
just kind of like
Yeah,
what
that's the
helped
only
you
time.
guide the character?
I was guided through the character by the director and the producer.
Okay.
'Cause I had no idea what I was doing. So I was playing what I felt. I was just trying to play the emotion I'm seeing on the screen,
Right.
and then they would give me the technique to do it. 'Cause there was a lot of, I just didn't know what I was doing.
Right.
So that kind of led me. They did show us no, they didn't. No, actually, no, we didn't see that. On Sea Prince of the Fire Child, they showed us the movie before we recorded it, but on Robotech, they didn't.
Okay, so you just went in blind.
We went in blind, which is anime. We do
Yeah,
that all
yeah.
the time.
Right.
But yeah, it's absolutely blind. I had no idea what this was. I had no idea it was going on TV.
Wow.
It started out. It started out as they brought me in to do the initial casting was for an OVA,
Okay.
which was the Macross, the first 3 episodes of Macross.
Yeah.
And we recorded that, and that was sent out as a VHS. And then a couple of months later, I get a call. Hi, we've sold this as a series now. It's no longer called Macross. It's called Robotech, and we need you to come in, and you're the lead. You know, it was. So yeah, so I was the whole time. It was just like.
So after you woke up from fainting.
Yeah, then I just tried to do the job and enjoy it. I thought it was going to be my last acting job, so I tried to enjoy it as much as I possibly could.
Right.
And then I saw myself on the air, and it was like, well, this is kind of cool. My
Fun.
kids didn't care. They because I was doing radio and TV commercials up in Bakersfield at the time, so they heard my voice on TV anyway.
Yeah.
And so they're going, "Is that you, Dad?" Goes, yeah, it's my series. Yeah.
Like on the opposite side of that, though, like at what point did you realize it was a hit?
Well, when I got my first convention call, actually, it was they were doing a weird thing. They were trying to send out people that looked like their characters. So they sent a guy named Frank Catalano went out and was pretending to be me, essentially, because I'm a round guy. I didn't, I'm not a skinny teenager, and so it wasn't until I got to that, and I went to, it was a convention. It was a Star Trek convention with Robotech attached, and they told me I arrived there, and there's Klingons everywhere. I'm like, my people, you know. And they said, okay, come to this back door, and when you come in, they're going to announce you. When you come in, just turn to the stages to the right, go up there, do your panel, and when we're done, security will escort you out the front door. Security? Why do I need security? I was expecting 20 or 30 kids.
Mhm.
What I had was 400 college students
Oh, wow.
who were losing their minds
Yeah.
over this, and they're asking me questions I can't possibly answer because I've only seen the little part of the show I did, you know. And so I found somebody in the audience. It's the first time I ever experienced debilitating stage fright because I was on stage without a script for the first time in my life. So I'm trying to be myself and all this stuff. And then they take me out to security at the front end, and people were losing their minds about it. They plop me down, and I'm sitting next to Scotty from Star Trek. James
I'm
Doohan.
playing Scotty
So
from
I
Star
am-
Trek in this scenario.
So I am totally fanboying, you know,
yeah.
just going, oh, but trying to be the cool actor, you know, I can't do that. And then he starts to talk to me, and he doesn't have an accent. He's from New Jersey.
Yeah.
So it's like my mind's like, what? Where's this? Yeah, it was weird. Yeah.
That's awesome.
You're not a Scot?
So then I started learning. I started looking into it and realized it was a fairly big hit in syndication in the towns that it played because it didn't play the whole city. It didn't play the whole country.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you did see it and you saw like all of the like cool like starship, spaceship, almost like
You know, robots.
robots, you know,
Max.
did you ever think like how cool it would be to have that technology now, like in real life?
Of course, yeah. The mech in that is very military, so it's something that didn't necessarily appeal to me. I like the motorcycles in Mospeada much better,
Oh,
just
yeah.
because that's something I could actually own. You know? So the Mospeada section, that's the second part.
Yeah.
I was
call that the
I was
green
just
hair
I was
section.
just happy and impressed that my voice was coming out of a TV screen in a series that sounded like a real show, and we all sounded good. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what was like. I was like, that was blowing my mind because I didn't think I would ever get there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We already asked you that one. So, you know, I actually do. I am wearing a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger shirt. And
Bland.
you were really involved.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how involved you were
Yeah.
until we started doing some research. You're basically the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger guy.
Well, yes and no. This is very rare because usually studio heads don't create the shows; they take credit for them. But Chaim Saban actually created this, and I was working for him. So my job was to be the head writer. I wrote the story Bible. I wrote the first episodes, the pilot, and to kind of help develop it. We had a team,
Right.
so it's not just me.
Right.
There's a whole team of people involved in putting this together, and but yeah, I had my hands right in it. I did all the monster casting because I did direct that part of the show. I directed the air because of my anime background.
Yeah.
And then we had other directors and producers do the big front part of the show. Once the show got going, I mostly spent time on the post production, on the back end of the show, kind of doing the finish work and making sure it was okay for you guys to watch.
Actually, I threw out some Power Ranger plushes at the beginning
Sweet.
here. She got a Green Ranger,
Excellent.
and kind of like jumping into that character. You played Saba,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
it's just kind of like, oh, so you got to play the White Ranger's sword. That's
Yes.
amazing.
It was, yeah, it was not on it was not designed that way. I wanted to
It
hire.
usually isn't in those cases.
No, I wanted to hire an actor named Ted Lehman. Ted Lehman had played Exodore in Robotech.
Okay,
He
okay.
was the little tiny guy with a really strange nasally voice.
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
British. And so I wanted to cast him, but I couldn't find it. It turned out he'd moved back to Tennessee. He was 76 years old. Had moved back to Tennessee to take care of his mother. This is a long-lived family.
Yeah,
Really?
he's 76 and he's going to go take care of his
back
mother.
then. Yeah, so he's over 100 by now if he's still with us. But so I was talking. Well, I can't find him. We need to recast him. And they said, well, "What does he sound like?" I said, "Well, because he sounds a bit like this with a British accent." They, well, you're an actor. You do it. That's how I ended up playing that part.
That's awesome.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
great.
So, I mean, we're talking about Power Rangers, and we talked about creating it. Like,
So
Yeah,
some of
it's
the
like-
other properties that you've been involved in, things like that, like
there's so many.
I know if Cowboy Bebop got a animated reboot, not the live action stuff they try to do. If Cowboy Bebop had an animated reboot, like which character would you want to voice?
Oh, okay. Well, I've told the story before, so it's probably where you heard it. But it's the only mainstream show I've ever auditioned for that I didn't get.
Ah.
I auditioned twice for Cowboy Bebop. I was up for Spike, and I was doing my audition. Steve Bloom was in the next room waiting, and by this time I've been casting. I've been doing a lot of stuff, and
Right.
so I finished reading this thing, going, well, I'd love to do this, but I'd cast Steve in this. And sure enough, he's who got the part.
It's like, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I basically gave my
So-
chance away as
So
as somebody who worked in casting.
So I would take any part in Bebop.
Oh, that'd be-
and the people that did Bebop are still alive, so I don't want to take their parts away from them.
Well, you know how it is. Like sometimes they'll reboot and say, "Oh, we need to cast somebody else for some."
Yeah, I hate it when they do that.
Yeah. Anybody who saw the new Powerpuff Girls? Yeah, there was a lot of backlash for that one.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
kind of going on that same line, like you've been on both sides, like so. Kind of like, which do you prefer? Do you prefer casting or do you prefer? Obviously not auditioning, but playing the character.
Auditioning actually is fun. Auditioning, if you approach it right, it becomes a playful.
Right.
You get a chance to go play and be an actor for 15 minutes while you do that stuff. And you have to have that attitude that you finish it, you edit it, you send it off, and you forget it ever happened. And then maybe someday you get a call.
Right.
So no, the audition, I don't cast anymore. I don't like casting. And the reason is because when I was casting a lot, my friends would get mad when I wouldn't bring them in. And I'm going, but you're not right for the part. Yeah, but you didn't bring me in. It's like, well,
I just wanted to audition.
why
man.
waste our time? So I'm glad I work a lot with Bang Zoom Studios. They have their own casting department, and I am grateful.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
I don't
and
wanna deal with
they'd have a
this.
great casting director there who would do a much better job than I would.
Nice.
So my preference, it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on the show. In Fate, I directed Fate Zero, and I direct a lot of the Fate series. I'd rather be a director on that show.
Okay.
Because I got my hands in the entire story, and it's really a cool story.
Especially
First-
with the way directing works with animation and stuff like that. Like it's so much different.
Yeah.
It's like enhanced storyboarding is like what it's been described to from by.
Well,
by
yeah.
people
I mean,
that
we're dubbing. We're
Yeah.
dubbing, so it already exists in Japanese. So we're taking a lot of inspiration from the Japanese. When we do original animation, that we're coming up from scratch. So
Yeah.
I was the voice director from Scott Pilgrim Takes Off last year.
Oh, so
Oh,
good.
So
so
that was
good.
that one we did traditional way, but because they were all celebrities, each person worked by themselves.
Yeah.
Generally, we work in an ensemble
Yeah.
together. When we're doing it.
You got some really good performances out of them in that too, because I feel like some of those performances were better than the live action ones.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I can't take all credit for it because I'm not the guy that's going to tell Chris Evans how to act.
Right.
He does much better than I do.
I'll
But
tell
a lot
Chris
of it is-
Evans anything he wants me to tell him.
Yeah.
That is her.
He's actually rather cool.
That is her forever crush.
He's my
he's-
third husband.
He's probably the most prepared actor I've ever worked with. He was so good. He was so prepared and ready to go. And these guys, what we basically did with that show is we let them be them. We let Aubrey Plaza be Aubrey Plaza and Brie Larson be Brie Larson.
Oh my
that is my
gosh.
crush.
I was going to
It's
say, now,
Aubrey Plaza.
you hit both. We both love you now. You're our favorite person of the whole con.
No,
now.
what's funny is like, not to say anything bad about Michael Cera, he's great, but I felt like his performance in the animation was better than his live performance. And his
Yeah, he
live
was having
performance
more
was
fun.
really good.
He was having more fun. He was
Yeah.
having a ball
Yeah.
during all of that. So I
Because
didn't
he
get to work
seemed-
with him much because he was really busy, and we went beyond my contract. So he actually finished after I was done.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because he seems like he was a lot more emotive in
Yeah.
this one than he was in.
he
in
got
the
it.
movie.
He got the joke.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
joke is it's not about Scott Pilgrim at all.
Yeah.
So he got the joke, and that's what I think he liked about it. So.
Well, you've also got to think a lot of them were so young when they did it originally, and so coming back to it, they've learned so much more
Yeah.
from the industry. And
Well,
how to
that
be
is it.
that.
One of the things that I noticed about them, as opposed to all the anime actors and stuff I work with, is that our anime actors are just as good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But the Brie and those guys, they just get to it so much sooner because they're doing it every day.
right.
So they get to it really quickly.
Yeah.
Where sometimes with the anime actors, voice actors, we have to really search for the character
Yeah.
and that sort of thing. Yeah.
I
Again,
mean,
like
it's-
speaking on that, like when you get to be a character, I know it's different from anime because you have a reference when you're doing anime, but
Yeah.
like when you are doing like a character from scratch, do you have a lot of creative freedom in creating the character, or do
Well,
you get to kind
yeah.
of do like I know sometimes the backstory is already done, but like do you get to like make up parts of that in your head to give him more or give them more
Yeah.
Well,
You have to. I mean, part of I teach my students, if there's no backstory, make one up. As long as there's a backstory present in your mind,
Right.
it makes the character seem bigger, even if it's not wrong even if it's the wrong backstory. No, when I'm doing it, I did a show called Gormiti years ago. If you were in Canada, you may have seen it. It was not very good, but we've spent most of the days making fun of the scripts. But I played this character named Obscurio, who was the villain, and he was one of these guys. It's really dark,
Oh yeah.
And I, I've not done a lot of original animation, so I'm playing a main character in a real cartoon. Yay! So I got myself together. I got all my subtext going. I showed up, and I'm doing the slow burn and all that stuff. They said, Tony, what are you doing? I said, well, he's Obscurio. He's angry. He says, no, just be loud and pissed off. So he's loud and pissed off.
Be loud and pissed off.
So yeah, you can create, but sometimes they go, yeah, that was nice, but don't do that anymore.
That is the best director's note, right? Just be loud and pissed off.
Yep.
That's it.
Right.
But
You
I
have
have
that
learned.
down.
I learned from that director a lot because she directed with a lot of brevity.
Okay.
She would use movie references to get the emotion, and then a lot with the fewest words she could. And I found that really. So that I actually use her technique. It's Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. So I stole her entire directing technique. It's so effective.
Yeah.
No, we won't say stealing. You homage her.
Oh, I've told
Yeah.
her. I've totally told her that.
No, I borrowed it. It's okay. I'll give it back to you later.
I'll give it back to you later. It'll only be slightly bruised. So, how do you find the voice for the characters? Like when you approach, like we kind of talked about, like you had that new character and you did that, but so I did a lot of live acting,
Mhm.
and I was always about the shoes. When
Mhm.
I found the shoes for the the
It's
shoes for the
interesting.
character, that's how I got to my character. So like, how do you do that? Like with your voice, like how do you find that character?
I know I should have focused on shoes when I was doing camera work. Maybe I'd have done better. The way I approach it is I look at the character descriptions, and I get a sense of what that character feels like. I'm always looking for the feels. What does the character feel like first?
Right.
And then how old is the character? What's the size, physicality? What's that? And then I kind of open my mouth and see what comes out.
Oh, okay. Hey.
And most of the time, I'm using that first or second version of it because it's the truest one. If I'm not thinking about it, when I start to think about it, the character gets stiff and it's no longer appealing. So I actually have a class called "Getting Out of Your Head: How Not to Voice Act." That's based on just all of that. But yeah, that's how I
That's
approach
awesome.
it. And then most of the time it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Well, at least it's a jumping off point.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's good.
The important thing for an actor is make a choice.
Yeah.
Go to lay a choice down, and then we see if it works or not. And then if it doesn't work, you just change it. Nobody ever gets it in one take.
Awesome.
Well, some do, but we don't let them get away with that. We make them do other takes anyway.
There are some actors that are just that good.
There are, there are some, but I make them do a second take anyway.
I like it. Okay.
He lost his place.
I was
I
like,
took
lost
us on
my
a
mind.
couple tangents. Sorry.
No, it's fine because I'm so interested in what's going on. I'm like, I forgot where we were. So you've done various animation, video games.
Mhm.
Can you tell us the difference in recording styles or just like the process behind everything?
Original animation, you animate to the voices. So there is usually working in an ensemble with multiple people at the same time. Sometimes they even put a camera on your mouth so the animators can use your mouth positions to make that.
Yeah.
They do a lot of that stuff. We do long scenes at a time. So we'll do like a half a minute worth of dialogue or a minute and a half worth of dialogue, and then we'll go back and fix it. And then go the next. We'll do an episode in an easy episode is about 2.5 hours. The complicated one, something like a Spider-Man, is going to take more like 3.5 hours to do one episode. Anime, we work one person at a time. We preview what we see on the thing, and we take inspiration from that, and then we take out the Japanese voice. We keep the music and effects in, by the way, so that you can be in the story.
Oh, wow.
And then when you just read, there are beeps that lead us to it, beep, 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 and you talk, and you're finished with that. It takes about 2.5 days to do an episode that way.
Yeah.
Video games, it depends on the video game. The gotcha games, the phone games, you generally go in and they just run a page.
Yeah.
You just read, and then they go, we'll do this 1, 3, and 5. We need you to do again.
Yeah.
And then we redo it. They do a little direction.
The most fun ones are the ones with action.
For the
action stuff.
RPGs, for that sort of thing, then it's kind of like doing an anime. You're by yourself, but you can't hear the other person because they're on a different. The way you, boy, I'm getting the weeds now. The way you do anime is you just create an entire track that covers the whole thing. Video games, each line has to have its own file. So each one file after another, and so you record them one at a time.
Right.
And it's a lot of screaming.
Yeah.
And generally, if you're doing an anime, if you're a lead character, you're going to maybe have 100 lines in an episode. I think the smallest role I ever did was 1,500 lines in a video game.
Wow.
And that was a
Wow.
small character.
Yeah.
So so there's a lot more dialogue.
Yeah.
The
lot
biggest
more
video game I've
words.
directed was 19,000 lines of dialogue.
Oh
recorded.
my
Wow.
gosh.
About 2.5 months.
Oh,
The-
you're
the-
not
the
supposed to
fun
do
stuff
that in a
that-
day? I do that
No,
in a
no,
day.
no.
No.
Yeah, I was saying like the fun stuff in that is like doing like a Skyrim where you have to do 1,000.
Honestly, out of all of the movies I was working on, the one I've made the most money on was Kingsclave, Final Fantasy 15, the feature film version of it.
Yeah.
And I did just that for 4 hours. I literally had to go see a doctor afterwards. My throat was so raw that I had to go. They'd stick a camera down my nose and look at my vocal cords. Okay, you're okay. But yeah,
Discomfort for the art. It's fine.
it's tough. There are people that do that for a living. That's all they do is reactions and walla and background stuff, and they do quite well, but they really hurt their voices after a while.
Yeah.
So these are the
Absolutely.
people that live in LA that are actors, but you never know who they are. You've never heard of them. You don't recognize them, but somehow they afford that house that they're living in.
Exactly. Gotta make that money.
So, of all the work you've done, what is one of the fondest memories you have on any project? There's something that just hits your mind like, oh man, this was a fun thing we did.
Probably right now, the one that came to mind right away when you asked that was on Fate Zero.
Okay.
We were doing a scene with Matt Mercer, and Matt's great. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
And his character had to kill the woman who raised him, essentially. At this point, he's had to kill everyone who's ever loved him.
Right.
And for good reason. It wasn't he's being a murderer. He had to kill them. And he finishes basically downing this plane, and he has a complete personality breakdown on the bow of this boat. And the performance was so I'm crying about it now. The performance was so powerful that it was like we had to stop. We had to wait
Wow.
15 or 20 minutes before we could start again, just because it was just so powerful.
Yeah.
I love those moments. I live for those moments as a director, because now I kind of go, we did it. 'Cause it's teamwork, So that moment, I know we've told the story
Right.
in a way that people are going to get it. If I can get somebody to cry, that's a good day.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably one of the few times that you can say that.
One of my favorite stages, I was doing Godspell in a tiny
Oh,
little
I love
80,
Godspell.
90 seat theater. It was a box theater, so the audience we're on the ground, the audience goes up from us.
Mhm.
And I'm playing John the Baptist, and it's the scene where he betrays Jesus, and I'm on my knees, and the guy who's playing Jesus is a powerful actor who's right above me, and suddenly right next to me, I hear the audience start to cry. A woman began to sob, and then another one, and then another one, and this was better than drugs. It was better than sex. It was like, this is the moment actors live for, and it was, oh God, I love that.
You feel the emotion.
That's
Yeah.
what appeals to me about
Yeah.
being an actor is that I
Yes.
get to create a feeling over there
Right.
and affect people the way I've been affected
Right.
by these things. So
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's always the goal is to feel the emotion.
Mhm.
I said it earlier today is I feed off of your energy.
yeah,
Right. So that's
Exactly.
the whole thing is I mean, I'm taken away. So it's not about me. It's about you. Let's just.
Let's move to a dream role or franchise that you would love to be a part of.
Oh gosh, I auditioned for Star Wars at one point. Star Wars Rebels. Steve Bloom got me an audition. It was really lovely of
Wow.
him to do. So I'd love to be a part of that at some point because I didn't get the part.
Do you remember who you auditioned for in Rebels? Oh, okay.
And Bebop. I would love to do a Bebop.
Bebop,
if
yeah.
it ever
Bebop.
came, but as a director this time.
Oh, that'd be
Like,
great.
you know,
Yeah.
because the people they created such a thing there that I don't think I could improve on or add to it. I could only take away from it. So I would want to do something different with that.
So you
universe.
want to make them your puppets?
No, actually, that you know what's because it's interesting because a lot of directors that I've talked to, or people who want to be directors, think that's what we do. That we're doing puppetry, but we're not. What we're trying to what we do, the good directors, I think, create the context for the actor so they can say that line in a way that's believable because they're feeling the context of what they're believing. So it becomes more real that way. So that's what we do is help them discover the reality of their character, not actually puppet them.
So it's
Yeah.
more like you're their parent.
Yeah, or spiritual guide or something
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. You know,
That's awesome.
Right.
That's
So we're not Kermit the Frogging them. It's fine.
that, yeah.
it's not easy being green.
So we're gonna go and we're gonna go back to learning about. That's what we call it. After that, we will have audience questions. So if you guys have any questions,
Oh,
percolate them
That's
right
me.
now. And there's a microphone up there, and you guys are welcome to ask questions. Okay. So what would be the worst movie sequel ever made?
Yeah.
Oh God. Any Sharknado.
I mean, they've already done 4, so at this point,
Yeah.
Sharknado 5.
Yeah. Any Sharknado. I
Yeah,
think.
no, we've had some pretty good ones in the past. We had somebody that said Passion of the Christ to the Resurrection reboot. We had Titanic 2 because they just bring the boat back somehow.
Ghost boat.
Ghost boat, which they did a movie called Titanic 2. And I think it was like 666 and it was like a zombie
Oh, God.
Titanic
Oh,
movie.
gosh.
It was weird.
All right. So in the great debate, do you prefer coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Oh, that was a
I
quick
love
one.
how quick the answers are.
It was like-
my
No,
wife's
first, I was
and
thinking,
interesting when I've worked in Australia and I've gotten to work in Australia, I've gotten to work in England. There I drink tea. It's really weird. When I'm there, I want tea, but here I crave coffee.
You know, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm a half and halfer. So
yeah.
you know.
My wife's a tea drinker, so that's
okay. If you could be a superhero or supervillain, which one would you be? And what ordinary everyday task would just frustrate the hell out of you?
God, you're asking me to be creative. Superhero or villain?
I forgot who it was yesterday. They said Dr. Doom and opening a can.
Yeah.
The Flash,
Okay.
and just trying to drive through LA traffic really slowly.
That is perfect.
That is great. Who would you most like to sit next to on a 10-hour flight? And why?
Oh, well,
Yeah, dead or alive, anybody.
my wife, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. It would be, it'd be interesting to spend 10 hours with George Lucas.
Yeah.
I would love to pick his brain.
It's actually a frequent answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get Lucas a lot and we get Spielberg a lot.
Spielberg, I just steal from.
Borrow,
The few times I've gotten to direct on movies and on camera work, I think of, well, how would Spielberg shoot this? I'm going to shoot it that way.
Well, what are you currently nerding out on?
Oh gosh, I'm starting to get really into the animes I'm directing, which is something new for me because I used to enjoy them but not really get into them. And I'm doing Undead Unluck right now, and I'm really getting into it. So I think I'm becoming an anime nerd in a full sense of the word.
Yeah, I think our friend Jackie Lasher's on that.
Yeah, Jackie,
Yeah.
Jackie, and Ben Balmaceda is
Yeah,
playing
yeah, yeah.
Andy. Yeah, it's a great cast. Once again, Mami Okada at Bang Zoom casted. She's fantastic.
Nice.
So I guess that's what I nerd out about. I've gone through all my Picards and all my my Mandalorians, so I'm kind of waiting for new stuff to get into again.
Oh, speaking of that, those are the yellow travel biscuits from season 3 of The Mandalorian. If you would like one, just I don't know if you want one or not, but they're there for you.
It's not my way.
Okay. All right. So, do we have any audience questions? Anybody have any questions? Want to say hi?
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. Go up to the mic. Let's.
So you, oh my God, sorry, my bad. You wrote a lot of the Power Rangers stuff, right? Is that what I'm understanding? So you saw the original, the Japanese, right?
Mhm.
How did you decide to make the story in the English versus what was going on from the Japanese?
That was a decision made by Hayam Saban, first of all. At the time, anime was in a transition. Prior to Power Rangers, everybody did what 4Kids does, which was Americanize the crap out of everything.
Yeah.
So that's, and frankly, I did 2 or 3 anime with Saban before we got to Power Rangers. One of them was Samurai Pizza Cats. Samurai Pizza Cats, they gave us a literally gave us a 2-line synopsis of the episode and say, write what you want. So we wrote our own story. So that concept of doing that was not unusual. In fact, that was actually the first place they go to. Second of all, the Japanese story was heavily steeped in ancestor worship, which there's no corollary here to that.
Right.
We just don't have anything that's even close to that. So if we're going to throw that part of the story out, we might as well throw the whole story out. Plus, my job, what I was told to do, was take out all of the Japanese stuff, people running down the street scared, kanji, cars on the left, all of that stuff. And what's left is latex monsters and spandex Power Rangers. And then we were to write a story weaving in and out of all of that. So we had to throw out their story to do that because we got rid of all the Japanese stuff that was happening in there. So that's why we went that direction. When Disney took it, they went back to started honoring the Japanese story.
Okay.
And the ratings went down.
Surprise.
So yeah, I think
I guess-
we were kind of right.
I guess the only people who were still watching it were people who already knew Super Sentai.
No, they still had growth, but
Okay.
but they lost all the women. They lost all the girl viewers because they made it very, very male oriented. One of the reasons we were so popular is because we were number 1 with women, with girls too, and that's because we had, but that's one of the reasons because one of our chief creative executives was a woman. Made sure that we honored that, and we didn't have the women always have to be rescued by the men.
That's awesome.
We really worked hard on that to make sure that we didn't
Definitely
inadvertently
women-powered.
do stuff that was going to, counter that concept. So.
Well, the Pink Ranger really was. I was very anti-pink in the day, but the Pink Ranger, yes,
Yeah,
she spoke to me.
And she actually had a lot to do with the creation of her character because originally she was written like Buffy. So total Valley Girl, total
Yeah.
lots of tubular bad hair day. In the pilot, she has a bad hair day joke, all of that stuff.
I can
And
see that.
she really fought against that. She really kind of pushed against that, pushed back, and she was right. So we went away from that pretty quickly.
Yeah. And I'm not saying I didn't like the Yellow Ranger either, but no, Pink Ranger
Yeah.
for life.
Hey, Trini was a badass. I'm just throwing
Yeah,
that out there.
no,
It's funny because she's the only one in the group that was not a martial artist or a gymnast or anything like that. She was just an actor.
She's like, I'm just here to say.
She was actually a little
lines."
clumsy. That's why she does Tai Chi. She
Oh.
couldn't do the other stuff.
Which just made her look cooler. So
Yeah,
it's
it
just
did, it
like-
She
just
was
looked
there.
super zen.
We made her because of who she was. Trini was originally supposed to be very much of a kick-ass character,
Mhm.
and then Audrey left, and then we got Twee, and Twee is very gentle and sweet. So we decided to kind of make her into the heart
Mhm.
of the thing. So that's why her character kind of went that way, playing to her strengths.
Ah, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
So before we start getting into the wrap up questions on this,
Mm-hmm.
I saw she pulled it out, but I actually want to know this question. Being someone of Puerto Rican descent,
Mhm.
what is your favorite Puerto Rican dish?
I have a few. I like alcapurria.
Okay.
which is it's kind of a fritter with meat inside and yuca and plantain on the outside.
Mhm.
But I only like my grandmother's. I only found one restaurant that actually could serve it that way. So I like that. I like arroz guisado,
Okay.
which is a stewed rice with pork. I have my own version that I make, and well, lechon is okay, but those are my main.
Yeah. I'm a big
favorites.
pernil fan, man. I love
Yeah, I
pernil.
just I make it all the time, but
Yeah.
about every third time it comes out right.
And then, of course, Puerto Rican staple arroz con nules. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I go to restaurants for that.
Yeah.
It's really, those beans are really hard to make.
It's
and
our
make them
similar
taste
thing-
right, you know.
Yeah, I was like our similar thing is gallo pinto, so it's like very, very close.
Yeah.
So getting into the wrap-up questions,
Mhm.
right?
And
Staying
sticking
on
with
the
food.
realm of food,
Okay.
right? Hardest question you're going to be asked all day.
Uh-oh.
What is your favorite kind of taco?
Oh, that's easy. I like a soft taco with marinated chicken, cilantro, and onion.
Okay.
No
Ooh.
sauce.
Some people that agree with you there.
All right.
So
You can only get them at food trucks in California.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that's,
yeah.
what is some advice you might have for somebody who's trying to get into the industry?
Patience. It takes a long time and you may never get there. So you need to enjoy the journey. That means take classes and get yourself educated, but take classes from people that build you up, not tear you down. Make sure that you understand acting is a vocation. It's a calling. That doesn't mean that you have to be paid. I know a lot of people who are very good actors who've never been paid a day in their life to act. So you want to be an actor first.
Mm-hmm.
And that is taking classes and getting on stage and doing all the stuff you need to learn the fundamentals. Even if you hate stage and it scares the crap out of you, get up there anyway and be scared and learn how to act while you're scared.
Right.
Because you're going to be nervous when you go in the booth too.
Yeah.
First time I went in the booth, I was like, you know, like, and I've been acting professionally for about a year and a half or 2 years at this point, but this is the first time doing this. Like, oh crap, big eyes. You know.
I say it all the time. It's a small V, big A.
Yeah.
Right? The voice doesn't matter as much as the acting.
Yeah,
does.
Yeah.
yeah. So it's get your acting together too, and then you'll figure out your voice. Because the voice is really the idea that you need a funny voice to be a voice actor is an old concept. I had it too. I thought you had to be Mel Blanc. I had to be able to do Bugs Bunny. I do one cartoony voice in my life. The rest of it is all versions of me.
Yeah.
So it's get your acting together first, and your
Yeah.
voice will come.
It's like when you study Mel Blanc and realize how good of an actor he was.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's another thing. It's all about Tom Kenny. If you listen to Tom Kenny, SpongeBob,
Amazing. I love.
listen
Tom
to
Kenny.
SpongeBob sometime, but listen critically. He's saying funny things in a funny way, but there's a lot of subtext behind what he's saying, which is
Yes.
what makes it funny,
Right.
what makes it good, and what makes you love him. So
Right.
that's the part you need to learn, and that you learn in acting class.
Yeah, they always point out this this fact about Mel Blanc. If you guys have never noticed this, Mel Blanc could play one of his characters playing another character.
Mhm.
So he would do Daffy playing Bugs and Bugs playing Daffy, and change the personalities with the different voice.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is, yes, he was versatile with his voice, but he also his acting ability was uncanny. So
The one class I teach about getting out of your head, the whole point that I teach you is that you build the emotion first,
Yeah.
and then you lay the character voice on top of that. So you playing. I'll have them do a scene where somebody's a drug addict, a really dramatic scene, and then they'll lay like a SpongeBob voice on top of that, and it sounds funny, you laugh,
Yeah.
but by the end of the thing, you're crying because this SpongeBob thing is working because the person's feeling the drama.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what the voice is; it's the acting that makes the difference.
sounds like a character
Always.
from Drawn Together.
Oh, that would be funny.
I know, right? So what's next for you?
Currently, I'm directing Undead Unluck and Beyblade. I direct Beyblade also. I'm starting a new show on Tuesday that I can't talk about yet.
NDAs are fun.
That one's in, yeah. I have a friend of mine who has a great button that says all my best work is NDA. And convention-wise, I'll be in San Antonio in May and Chicago the week after that. So
Nice.
Awesome.
what? I didn't.
He said, "Go Spurs."
Oh, go Spurs! Yeah.
So again, another hard question: who wins in a fight? Rick Hunter with a Veritech fighter, or Minato Namazaki?
Oh, Minato. One Rasengan, I'll blow that thing out of the sky.
He's a badass. But I mean, yeah. So where can everybody find you if they want to learn more about you and follow what you do?
I've Tony Oliver 275 on Instagram, and TonyOliverEntertainment.com is my stuff, and Tony Oliver voice actor on Facebook. And those are the places I kind of hang out. I no longer work on X, but I do stuff on Threads. So if you want to do that as well.
Awesome.
All right.
And that's it.
Yeah. Well, Tony, thank you so
Thank
much for
you
your
very
time.
much.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Everybody give a round of applause for Tony Oliver.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
This away. I'm gonna pick a random person right before the cosplay contest, and if you win it, you get you get the sloth toy. That's toy pin. Now also, I'm gonna give away some stuff right now. I gotta find my trivia while these guys are setting up right here. I'm just kind of like killing some time for them. So I'm gonna ask some trivia questions. The thing that you guys get out of this is I'm gonna give you a category. I'm gonna pick somebody. I'm gonna give you a category. You get to pick the category. I ask the question. If
the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So
Oh, wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know what they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story. And they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So-
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work.
Yeah,
You're never
exactly.
really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. You know, a kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
Oh wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're,
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing. But I didn't, I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me. But if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good movie. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So-
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really
exactly.
working for it.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
Oh wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're,
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
Oh, I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So-
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work.
Yeah,
You're never
exactly.
really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic.
uh, in front of the camera. And I was doing an awful lot of heavy sighing and looking and raising my eyes whenever he was talking. Maxwell definitely had an attitude about who and what the Doctor was. And I thought, I've always believed it's easier to reduce a performance than it is to expand one that's not there. So I always kind of give a bit. So I said, are you saying I'm doing too much? He said, well, it's a little bit arch. He said, in fact, I think I want to call you Archie.
Oh, that's awesome.
And John Nathan Turner called me Archie after that. And I obliged. I toned it down a bit. Not too much. Little knowing that it was that made John Nathan Turner think of asking me to play it when Peter left. And about 6 months later, I got a phone call from him saying, let's have lunch. So, oh, that's quite nice. Producer invited me for lunch. And he said, oh, Peter's leaving. I said, oh, who's taking over? He said, well, I hope you will.
Wow.
And that was, unbeknownst to me, my audition for the part.
Wow.
And if every actor in Britain had been up for it, and I was by no means the most well-known actor of my age, even though, about 39 I was then, there would have been a lot of people after that part. And I didn't even have to do an audition or a screen test.
You just had to be a little cheeky.
It was offered to me. So I felt quite good about that, even though it was because I was a bit arch.
Well, you studied law before you went into acting, correct?
What?
You studied law before you went into acting, correct?
I was a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I did 5 years of law when I was 18. My father said to me, what do you want to do? I said, I'd like to go to Oxford or Cambridge University. I'd like to study classics or modern languages. And while I'm there, I'd like to join AUDS or the Footlights at those two universities and do a bit of acting. Because I'd done it at school and I quite liked. I was in Gilbert and Sullivan operas. Once a year, we did one at my all-boys school in Manchester. And my first ever role on a stage was Phyllis in Iolanthe, which is the lead soprano. And I got a review in my school magazine that said, Colin Baker threw himself with great verve into the part of Phyllis and rarely strayed more than half an octave from the note. Which I think was an implied criticism of my singing. Implied. So the acting was there all right, but it's quite a difficult sing, Phyllis, for a 12-year-old boy. and then the following year I played Rose Maybud in Ruddigore, which is another lovely part. And I realized, because you'll hear this story from a lot of actors, and you probably won't believe it when you meet me or have met me over the weekend, but I was rather shy and rather quiet and never said much to anybody. But put me on stage and I loved it. Came alive, I was somebody else. It wasn't me. It was someone else. It was this girl called Phyllis singing a song. And I felt released by it. So I knew I enjoyed it. And when I was 18, I joined all the local amateur drama groups. Anyway, I said to my dad, that's what I wanted to do. And these days, when you're 18, most of you do what you want to do, don't you? When you're 18 in the end of the 50s, beginning of the 60s, and your father says, don't be ridiculous, you start in the solicitor's office, lawyer's office on Monday. I said, oh, okay. And that's what I did. I went off and I did 5 years as kind of apprenticeship to a solicitor, which is the kind of, the legal profession in Britain is slightly different here. Mm-hmm. A lawyer is either a solicitor, which means you're the one who draws up wills, sells people's houses, and they will come to you if they want you to defend them, but they will refer you to a specialist, a barrister. Those are the guys who stand up in court. Over here, it's kind of everyone does everything. So I did my 5 years of being an articled clerk, which is what they call a trainee solicitor. And just when I was nearing the end, my poor old father had a heart attack and a stroke at the age of 49, after which he didn't contribute much for the remaining years of his life. And I thought, is that all there is? In the words of the song? Is that all there is? And I thought, why would you do a job you don't want to do when there's a job you do want to do? And when you're 49, you have and you're a goner. So I decided to chuck it all in the air and go and audition for drama schools. And I was lucky, I got in. And when I got out, 3 years later, I'd learnt what I could have learnt in about 20 minutes, but nonetheless, you've been to drama school. So, you know, you've got a ticket to ride, as it were. And I auditioned for a play at the Mermaid Theatre, and I got the part. And it kind of took off. And a year later, I was in War and Peace with Anthony Hopkins, that wonderful BBC version of it.
Mhm.
And I was lucky. My career took off. Heaven help young actors today, because it's it was tough in my day, but my daughter, who is 30, has just left at drama school in London, and she's having a tough time. And she is very good. I mean, I know I'm biased because it's my daughter, but she's actually very good. So it's not a profession I would ever advise anyone to enter. And people say to me, what advice can you give me? Because I want to be an actor. And I say, be lucky. Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Does your face fit? Do you meet that person? One of the first jobs I got on television, the first, I think, was Roads to Freedom. And I went up for a part. My agent suggested me, the part of Claude. And Claude was a rapist, right? And it was set in 1938, 39, France. And I met the producer, and I read for him, and he said, what do you think? I said, I don't like the part. Can I play his nice friend? I want to play. He said, no, I want you to play that part. I said, well, I don't want. I discovered later that he was counter-suggestive. He was the kind of person, if you said, I don't want to do it, he'd want you to. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't do it deliberately. But if I'd said, yes, I really want it, he'd have probably said, well, you can't have it. But because I said I didn't want to do it, he said, no, I'm offering you the part. And I played it. And I then got a succession of really nasty, unpleasant characters. Well, they're usually the interesting ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up 3 years later playing a character called Paul Merony in a TV series called The Brothers, who was voted the most hated man in Britain in 1975. So clearly I was on the right track.
Right.
And Doctor Who came out the blue because he is not the most hated man in Britain, arguably the most loved.
Yes.
So I had a lot of luck at the beginning of my career. So the advice, be lucky. Because I did nothing particular. I suppose I was good enough to get the part, but that's about it, really.
That's awesome.
Have I talked too much?
No,
absolutely not.
Cheers.
I would say talk more.
That's a good question. Talk more.
Yeah.
Right.
So I do want to ask you, because everything leads to Doctor Who this weekend, apparently. We have a lot of Doctor
This
Who
weekend,
people,
perhaps, yes.
So
Not in my house, it doesn't.
you were roommates with Patrick, and I'm going to say his name wrong. I know I am. I always say it wrong. Troughton?
When I was just starting acting, I shared a flat with David Troughton, who was Patrick Troughton's son, yeah. And I was his best man when he got married.
I was going to, that was what I was going to ask you. Were you really his best man?
I really was his best man. And I was in Hamlet at the time, at a theatre in Windsor, the Theatre Royal Windsor. An actor called Martin Jarvis, who was in Vengeance on Varos. Yes, it was, with me later. He was playing Hamlet, and I played Laertes. And the wedding took place on a Saturday, about 25 miles away from Windsor. So I was able to be there for the ceremony, but had to jump into my car and drive to Windsor for the matinee of Hamlet. So I missed all the good bit, the reception.
Oh, yeah.
Have a lovely wedding. I missed all that. And as I was driving to Windsor, my car exploded.
Oh my goodness.
My little Mini Cooper, the big end, which is quite an important element of an engine, apparently, decided it didn't want to be in there anymore and left violently through the side of the engine, causing the car to burst into flames.
Oh my goodness.
And a car that was behind me pulled over, and a man with a fire extinguisher ran towards me. And I don't believe this is what actors do. I said, "Never mind the car, take me to Windsor." Because you're not late for a matinee. You know. So the guy said, "Oh, okay, yeah." And he drove me to my car burning in the distance. Drove me to Windsor. When we got there, I'll never forget this. I was very grateful to him. I arrived there just in time. I said, "I'm so grateful." I said, "Can I get your tickets for the play?" And he said, "Well, what's the play?" And I said, "Hamlet." And there was a small pause. And he said, "Nah, mate, I'm in the building trade myself." Which is, I suppose, one reason to not want to see Hamlet. Because you're a bricklayer. Although I would suggest you might benefit from seeing Hamlet.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, thank you." And off he went to lay some bricks somewhere. And I went to have a sword duel with Hamlet.
That's awesome.
And then I got the bill for my car. Because the fire brigade were called to put it out. And I had to pay them because I'd left it.
God.
What we do for our art. And it's all David Troughton's fault.
Yes, it is. How dare he get married?
Lovely David, he's a nice boy. So yeah, I knew his dad because his father was at the wedding. You'll be amazed to hear. And then 20 years later, 15 years later, there I am working with Patrick Troughton.
That's amazing.
Who did the hard job. The first regeneration, that was the hard one. You know,
Yeah.
we've had William Hartnell playing the Doctor. You don't suddenly have somebody else playing a part in a TV series. Didn't happen back then. But someone, nobody's ever told me who, came up with the idea of, well, let's say there's this thing called regeneration. He completely changes every bit of him and becomes somebody else. But it's still the same person, but a different personality. And they decided to give it a go. And Patrick was persuaded to do it and did it so brilliantly. The program continued for another 60 years.
Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Dear Patrick.
Dear Patrick.
He was a lovely man because I remember I said to him, I've never seen your name outside a theatre in London. Patrick Troughton, in. He said, no. He said, I gave all that up years ago. All that shouting in the evening. What a wonderful definition of stage acting. Shouting in the evening. Because he'd rather go home and have his dinner. Whereas when you work in film and television, it tends to be in the main during the day, and you go home in the evening and have your dinner.
Right.
But not when you're on stage. You're at home all day, and then you trudge off when everybody else is going home and stand and shout in the evening. And he didn't do that. And the other thing, he struggled. He wanted to be a vegetarian, but he liked meat too much. And he said, I decided in the end that if I was starving, I could force myself to wring a chicken's neck or to pull a fish out of water. But I could never look a sheep or a pig or a cow in the eye and kill it. So if I'm not prepared to do it myself, I'm not going to eat it. What an honest way to live your life.
Yeah.
So he had chicken and fish, but never ate beef or pork. Or I wish I was like that, but I look pigs in the eye, but I still want their bacon. It's not.
Yes.
Not that particular pig. Not the one I'm looking at. He can keep his bacon. Because But bacon's got nothing to do with pigs, has it?
No, no.
no.
And I mean, life is better with bacon.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So there's a quote from Rudyard Kipling. You probably already know where I'm going with this.
I haven't kippled for years.
I am a cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me.
Yep.
So the question is, what do cat badges mean to you?
Exactly that. You see, I remember when they decided the costume they were going to give me. They asked me what I wanted. I said, surely this particular character who goes, around annoying people, basically,
Yes.
annoying the bad guys, may wish on occasion to disappear stage left, and not be asked to account for himself. Excuse me. So what I suggested was what Chris Eccleston ended up getting, an all-black costume. And John Nathan Dillon said, no, that's for the master. I think you should be totally tasteless. Boy, did he live up to his brief. So I was stuck with that. But I remember Peter had this stick of celery, which I thought was a bit weird. So I thought, obviously, you have to have a thing. And I like cats. And I like that quote. I am the cat who walks by himself, the doctor,
Mhm,
and all places and times are alike to me, the doctor.
mhm.
Independent, does what he likes. The Lone Ranger. Who is that strange man who rides into town, solves all our problems, rides out again? That's what cats are like.
Mhm.
They take you on their terms,
Yes.
not yours. A dog would be inappropriate. Oh, hello, I'm a dog. And I've got dogs, but cats are kind of cool. So I thought, yeah, cat badge. And they agreed. The first one was provided. And the next 3 or 4 were all little things I'd made of my own cats.
Oh, that's awesome.
They've all got names, all those other cats. There's Weeble and there's Morris and there's Rover. I had a cat called Rover. And all those cats I wore, 4 or 5 of them were of my own cat. I quite like that.
I think that's awesome. And didn't you get sent a lot of cat badges? And
I have a box at home. I just wish I'd said I like
gold?
chocolate. Or, I've got a chocolate badge. Oh, more chocolate, or gold.
Gold badges would be great.
Gold badge. Yeah, I got gold. Oh, another gold badge.
I only like it in 24 karat. Just
So I got a lot of, I've given a lot away to people, but I had hundreds of cat badges. And when I did the stage show, which I did in 1989, and I did that for I did 3 months. That's 12 weeks times 8 performances. That's 100 performances, pretty much. And I wore a different cat badge for every show, using all the ones that you guys had sent in to me.
Wow. Oh, that's
so all the
amazing.
cat badges I was sent were used. I quite like doing that.
A piece of fandom from the fans.
What?
A piece of fandom from the fans.
Yes.
Yes. So
So-
that's awesome.
is there a medium that you have not portrayed the Dr. S in?
Audio, TV, stage. Are there any other mediums? Media.
Media, right?
Media.
Which one did you enjoy the most?
Whichever one I was doing at the time.
Fair answer. Fair answer.
That's life, It's life. It's like I've got 4 daughters. I love annoying them by saying, "You're my favorite." And I say it to all of them at different times. I think they talk to each other. I think they know.
I'm father's favorite. No, I'm father's favorite.
All right, so let's get to some more some questions about you that may not be Doctor Who related.
Okay.
The first one is, what would be a dream role or franchise that you would love to be a part of?
Oh. I wouldn't say no to DC Comics or Marvel,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a role in there that would suit me. And I don't mean the Hulk either. Yeah, of course. I enjoy all that stuff. I watched Robert Pattinson on the plane coming over. playing the Batman. Have you seen that one?
So good.
Yes,
I
he's really
thought
good in
that
it.
was brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he was.
Because they say we've got 100 movies, so no. I could only find about 2 or 3 I wanted to watch, and part of me thought, maybe Barbie, but do I want to watch Barbie on a plane? I found I didn't, so I didn't. And the other films I liked, I've already seen, like La La Land. That's a favourite of mine, and that was there. But I thought, should I watch it again? And the Harry Potter films I've seen 10 times each, and still love them. And the Bourne films, I love them. I'd love to have done something like that. To play Jason Bourne.
Oh, yeah.
That would be cool.
Imagine that. Colin Baker as Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be amazing.
Yeah. Is it something I said?
I don't think she knows you're talking to her.
She's leaving me.
Aw.
I love to embarrass people, but she got headphones on. She can't even hear
really
me.
can't hear it at
she-
all.
Yeah. She's in her own La La Land.
Absolutely was. So what is a word that Americans say that just makes you giggle?
Trump.
Oh God.
How to annoy half an audience. Whoa. I don't know what political parties, but I just don't get it. I don't get. In England, we are beside ourselves with concern for the mental health of a lot of lovely, lovely Americans that we care about. But I know it's controversial, but I'm going home tomorrow. So unless you shoot me between now and then, I think I'm safe. But
I mean, to be fair, your PM is Trump light. So I mean,
which one do you mean?
Right.
the former one,
Oh, Boris.
Boris.
Yeah, but at least we got rid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And he was actually, because funny enough, I know quite well one of his cabinet, a lady called Nadine Dorries, who was a Boris supporter in his cabinet. And I did a program called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where they stick you in the jungle with 10 other people. And she was one of them.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
She's a conservative politician, which I don't have a lot of time for, but one of the nicest people I've ever spent time with. She was kind. I was struggling because I was old and overweight, and I couldn't do all the challenges. She helped me. She was nice. And the fact that she was part of a political party I don't care for much didn't stop me from judging her as a human being. And she was a nice lady. And she's written a book about all that. And bless him, Boris was just an idiot. He meant well.
Yeah.
His intentions, he wanted to do the stuff. And the people around politicians are so corrosive that they never let them, and they let the poor guy take the fall for it. So let's not go into politics.
Yeah. We'll go back into the fun stuff here. Frey actually has a what she calls the phrase fangirls question. So she's going to ask you a question here. Now, as she's asking this question, if anybody in the audience has a question for Colin, please just kind of get behind the mic right here, and we'll let you guys ask questions one by one there.
So my question is, because I did some research on you, and you mentioned Pride and Prejudice
Yep.
as a book you really enjoy.
As what?
As a book you really enjoy.
Yep.
So what I'd like to know is if they did an adaptation in any form, who would you want to play?
Well, I think, you see, I always like those characters like Darcy. Darcy in Pride and Prejudice, for the first 3/4 of the book, you don't like him.
Mhm.
You think he's arrogant. You think he's unpleasant. You think he's judgmental. You think he's not very nice. By the end of the book, you know he was the truly honorable one in the whole thing. A bit like Snape in Harry Potter.
Yes.
Those are the characters that are interesting and can be judged unfairly. In retrospect, you realize, yeah, they were flawed, but they were coming from a good place, or a place that wasn't as bad as everybody else thought they were coming from. And those, I think, are the interesting characters.
Absolutely.
And those are the ones I've always enjoyed playing. I mean, I played a character called Paul Merrini in The Brothers, who was hated. I was voted the most hated man in Britain, 1975. But everything he did for the good of the company. He wasn't selfish. He just didn't care about people much, which is a minus. You know? It's a minus, but he never deliberately set out to hurt anybody. And those complex characters are quite interesting to play, because if you give them the full, like my doctor.
Yes.
My doctor didn't hit the ground lovably.
Yeah.
And the BBC was very brave in doing, they have one episode at the end of Peter's series of Twin Dilemma, and then it was 6 months before I came back in the next one. And the memory that the public in Britain and over here had was of this rather uncomfortable, arrogant, not very nice person. But the plan was to peel away the layers of the onion and reveal that it was the doctor. Don't just judge someone by how they behave when they've just had every molecule of their body ripped apart and rebuilt. When Peter became the doctor, it made him completely lacking in energy, oomph, and anything. And his companions basically carried him around for several episodes because he was weak from, well, my doctor was hyper-energized by it and mad. And we had planned a story arc, which was thwarted by the powers that be. But thank God for Big Finish, because that has enabled my doctor to complete, not complete, well, yeah, we've done the last one. They gave me my regeneration episode.
Oh, yeah.
It was very funny. I did The Last Adventure, I think it was called. Then everybody said, oh, does that mean you're not doing any more? He's a time traveler. That happened to be the last episode, and you can watch the first episode. And there's millions of them in between that can still be made. There we are.
All right. So let me.
Awesome.
Hello, young lady.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Make it good?
Okay. Well, actually, your conversation leads into my question, which was, of the Big Finish audio productions, which one is either your favorite or your favorite to have made?
There are quite a few that I've enjoyed. I love the Pirates one, and so do a lot of other people. But if I had to name one favorite, it was probably one you haven't heard of or heard. I've forgotten the name of it. No, it will come back to me. It was called, I told somebody today. Was it you? Were you here? The person I told earlier today.
Back here.
Oh,
What did I say? Arrangements for War. It was called, when your brain gets as old as my brain, little bits of it fall out through your ears and your nose and other places. But it's Arrangements for War with my companion Evelyn Smythe. And it was a lovely, rather bittersweet story, which I loved. So yeah, I would say that was one. But there's so many. The standard of the writing for Big Finish is unfailingly superior to an awful lot of what was on television back in the day.
Yes.
I'm amazed there are still writers who can come up with such good new stories. And they're all reworkings of old themes, of course they are, but they're new and they're fresh and they create new characters and new challenges. I love doing Big Finish.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello. There's a lot of cool stuff in Doctor Who, both in your tenure as it and beyond. When it comes to like the monsters, the most iconic is pretty much the Daleks, and everybody knows them from Britain and the world. What was your reaction when you finally got your Dalek episode and you actually got to, see the pepper pots rolling around? What was it like seeing those first time?
Well, all I can tell you is that rehearsal is fascinating. Because as I said, we used to rehearse in a room like this, with the Daleks. and the actors who sit in the Daleks would sit in them for rehearsal without the top on. So you've just got the skirt. They're sitting on a plank, and their feet are doing the moving. They've got casters on each corner, and they can see where they're going then, and you can hear what they're saying. As soon as that top goes on, they can't see a darn thing. There's all sorts of nuts and bolts sticking out there inside, which keep sticking into them, and they mutter obscenities, which you hear. So they have to start again because they've just said something that young ears should not hear. And of course, they could only go at a snail's pace. You could stroll away from a Dalek and escape. But that's not what good drama is about. So we have to pretend to be frightened of them. But I'll tell you one story. After I finished that very first Dalek story, very unlike actors, we don't do this normally. We went upstairs to the bar and had a little glass of lemonade to celebrate.
Of course. Yep, as you do.
You're with me. And then when we finished, I went back to my dressing room to get my stuff. And the shortest way was to go through the studio, across the studio, which by then was empty. All the set had been taken down. But in the middle, in a very dim working light, was one Dalek. And as I walked through this big empty space in the gloom and saw this Dalek, its eye stalk. And for the first moment ever, I had a tingle down my spine, what the viewer gets when they see a Dalek. In fact, what had happened was the operator was oiling it because it had been squeaking all day. And he'd gone back to the studio with an oil can and was oiling and moving. And that's what frightened me. But it shows the potency of that image. And one of the great sadnesses in the history of Doctor Who is that the man, and I'm going to forget his name, I'm so sorry, who designed the Dalek was a BBC employee. So he drew the designs for the Dalek, and it was written by Terry Nation, who wrote a script saying, "And the Daleks enter. I don't want them to look like a man wearing a suit." That's what he said. They're scary. He made hundreds of thousands out of the Dalek. The guy who designed it, what was it? I can't remember. Never got a penny. And what are you frightened of? Not the word Dalek, but that pepper pot with a plunger. It's a bizarre image. And yet he came up with it, and it's worked for 60 years to make people get back behind the sofa where they belong and hide. And it's one of the greatest, I think, creations ever. And that poor guy never got a penny.
Wow.
Apart from his salary that week.
Wow. You'll have to look him up. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Hello. I basically just had a small question. How do you, I would say, what is your reaction to people telling you that you've inspired them in some way?
What would anybody's reaction be? It's a combination of humility and pride, if you can put those two into one sentence. I know it's not me. I know it's a combination of writers, directors, filmmakers, script writers, editors, 100 people who created what the Doctor is. I happen to be wearing the coat for a few years and saying the lines. But when someone says, and it's been said to me, there was one person I know quite well now who said he was contemplating killing himself and was watching an episode of Doctor Who when I was playing it and thought he wanted to know what happened next. And he cared about this guy, and he didn't kill himself. To achieve that in your life, even once, is a miracle. I take no personal credit for it, but I do think it's a wonderful honor to be able to be part of something that has that effect on people. And I've had loads and loads of people who, were mocked at school because they loved Doctor Who, and they got consolation from watching it and knowing that the Doctor, for them, existed, and what the Doctor did and what the Doctor stood for. And there have been loads of those characters in fiction for hundreds of years, and the Doctor is a modern iteration of it. But it's a very, very, I mean, it's a powerful emotion I have when someone says that. When someone tells me that, you know, they started writing because they watched me playing the Doctor, and they're now established writers. All the Doctors get it, and anyone who's in anything that has an effect on the reader or the viewer is hopefully humble when they hear what their work has done for somebody else. But it's I mean, if whenever I get an actor saying, "Oh, these people keep coming up and bothering me in the street," if you're a carpenter and someone comes up to you in the street and says, "You're the guy who made that chest of drawers I bought 10 years ago." "Oh, it's brilliant. I open it and I put my stuff in it. I close it again. It's a wonderful chest of drawers." Doesn't happen. But it happens to actors. So we are privileged. And yes, sometimes. I mean, I have been in a urinal and had an autograph book passed to me. That has happened. And I said my hands were actually busy at the moment. Thank you. So, you know, sometimes it's not the right moment.
Yes.
But in the main, people's reaction to my work is humbling. It's lovely.
Yes. I became an engineer because I saw the Doctor doing, well, the Doctor things. Of course, it started out with David Tennant assembling all those machines and stuff. And I was like, I want to do that. So whenever
And he couldn't do it. He had to have someone show him, and that someone was you, because you're an engineer now.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Good for
every
you.
time I did homework, I just had to think.
He was
of that.
pretending, and you did it for real.
Yes.
Big tick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Engineers.
Thank you so much.
Come on. Well done, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, guys, I think we only have about enough time for one more question. Now, I'm sorry.
Look at that sad scar.
I know.
That'll teach you to wear
He has a jelly
scarf.
bean for you.
I can't stand them. If you chopped up some car tires and flavored them, that's what I think a jelly bean is. Eh? Jelly babies, no. Fudge. Why couldn't the Doctor have fudge? So
Go ahead. What was your question?
Okay, if you could have or will ever return into the New Who, with which Doctor, companion, and villain would you want to play, or monster?
Well, they're already playing them, aren't they? Well, I'd be me again, wouldn't I? I'd be me again, and I'd show them how to do it. Who needs this blessed sonic screwdriver? Use your brain. Which Doctor didn't have a sonic screwdriver? Why? The power of thought and engineering.
And remember, he was the Doctor Subconscious.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
or
came back.
my question was more, which are your favorite villain or monster, Doctor,
Oh.
and companion of the New Who
Of the newer-
series?
yeah.
Of the new series.
Of the new lot.
Yeah.
The Doctor for the new lot is Jodie.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, think about it. The Doctor's regenerated 5 times when I came along, and it's done that another 4 or 5 times. And it regenerates every single bit of your body, except one. Where's the sense in that? It's long overdue. I'm glad it wasn't me that they decided to make female, but it should have happened a long time before. And Shooties proved the next point as well. Because if ever a Doctor hit the ground running, you've all seen that episode, the new one. Wow, what an entrance.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can't wait to see the rest of it. That guy is fueled by something that I haven't got. Wow.
He's got Kenergy.
And I think he's going to be wonderful.
Yeah.
I would say he's got
Apparently he's
Kenergy.
in Barbie.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So we have two last questions for you here before we let
Okay.
you go here. The most difficult question I'm going to ask you the entire time here. Right? What is your favorite kind of taco?
Other different kinds of taco.
In the United States, yes.
All I can say is because I'm allergic to cheese and can't bear the taste of it, that rules out 90% of tacos, doesn't it?
Taco Bell tacos.
Yeah.
Authentic tacos here are usually going to be some type of meat with cilantro and onion.
Cilantro.
Mhm.
What's that?
Coriander.
Cilantro. Why can't you call a thing its real name? What's all this with sidewalk? An elevator. What does it do? It lifts you. Well, it elevates you as well, I suppose. Okay. I'll give you that.
All right. So, what would you rather have in real life?
I think we know the answer to this.
I know we know the answer to this, but the point is to ask you, right? What would you like in real life? A sonic screwdriver, which we know is not, a TARDIS, or a shot of carrot juice?
Well, I like carrot juice. And if a sonic screwdriver truly existed, I would find it a lot more useful than a TARDIS. A TARDIS is too challenging, because if you have a TARDIS and you've got my head with its brain in it, you're going to want to do an awful lot of things that a lot of other people won't want you to do. Like, go and stop certain people's parents from ever meeting. Things like that, which is maybe interference too far. But a sonic screwdriver that could actually do what it's supposed to do, I mean, I didn't need it because I'm a superior doctor. But if they really existed, I wouldn't mind having one.
Awesome.
that's
Awesome. Well,
great.
ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Colin Baker.
Thank you, Colin.
And Colin, you're going to be at your table for the rest of the day, correct?
Yep.
All right. So for everybody who had a question for Colin, he'll be at his table. Please go see him.
I'll be at my table the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
With him there.
Little Quackers. You guys know who Little Quackers is? See, you could see the older fans that are in here. They're like, I know who Little Quackers is. Tom and Jerry. Well, guys, we're gonna be talking to Sam Quasman here in a minute. Voice of Little Quackers. Huh? Oh, okay. I didn't even see you there.
Oh my God, you scared me.
Yeah. I wasn't even ready yet. I haven't even set it up yet.
Me either.
Oh man. Sam, if you want to just kind of
What do you want me to do?
Just kind of hold for a second here.
I'm on hold. I'm holding. Like in the bathroom, I'm holding.
As we do.
Yes, we do.
I was gonna. I don't think you guys are bathrooming right.
No, we're not. No.
No.
If you're holding,
It's not how you bathroom.
I think we went in the wrong direction here. I really do.
I haven't
already
even
gone
saved
off the
Colin's
rails.
interview. I
Did
haven't
I
opened
cross
up
a
one
line
for
here?
Sam.
no, you're fine. No lines that we haven't already crossed like hundreds of times.
It's funny because all I saw was my peripheral vision. I thought it was him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he looks like a duck.
He definitely looks like a duck. I'm a duck.
Oh man. Are
Yes,
you
yes.
gonna be ready? I mean, are you nervous? Like why?
I'm very nervous.
Was
No,
Okay.
because I don't have the recording open yet. It was still on
Oh,
Colin
gosh.
Baker's.
I thought it was something I said.
No,
He's so needy. So needy.
I know. That just makes this 1,000 times funnier.
Can't tell that I'm his co-host, can you?
At all. I mean, that's the point, though, right? I'm more the random person on stage. You're the talent.
Uh-huh. A self-proclaimed talent, I have to say.
And you're interviewing me too.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's a lot more talented than I am. So.
I will say this. So my father used to do, while we're waiting, I'll tell you a story. My father used to do Donald Duck for me. As a kid, we got puppets at Disney World.
Uh-huh.
And they were the old like hand puppets that just had the big plastic head. And he would do the Donald Duck voice for me.
Wow.
So interviewing you is actually a nice remembrance of my dad. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'm now ready.
Oh my gosh.
So
I can only stretch for so long. Phil.
exactly. Stretch it now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is a veteran actor, comedian, and even professional dancer in movies such as Mammy,
Mame.
Mame,
Name with
Lucille Ball.
Uh-huh.
He's guest starred on Family Ties, Airwolf, Mad TV, Evening at the Improv. He's also an accomplished voice actor working on Robot Chicken, the voice of Little Quacker on the new Tom and Jerry show. And for over 17 years, he has voiced a little known duck that nobody knows about named Donald. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sam Quasman.
Thank you very much.
Oh boy.
Did you sit on something? Ouch.
My voice is a little mousy.
Oh, what's a big idea?
Gesundheit.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, Sam, I'm already having too much of a good time. So, we have a segment on our show called Growing Up Geeky.
Oh.
What did you geek out on as a kid?
What did I geek out on? I geeked out on musical comedy. Believe it or not, I lived in the theater when I was 8 years old. I wound up, pretending I was an actor.
I still do that now.
And acting is pretending. So
Yeah.
There you go.
And I just lived in the theater. I took dancing lessons, acting lessons, singing lessons, and I wound up a duck. I mean, I studied everything. And I did musicals, like I did Mame with Lucille Ball. I did At Long Last Love with Madeline Kahn. I was a dancer. I started out in a Disney show with Patrick Swayze. And he was Prince Charming, and I was the lead alligator in Fantasia. He just had better hair. He was a great guy. He could do Donald Duck. He could do it in Spanish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Buenos dias, muchachos.
Hey, I could do it too, But he was a great guy, and we danced in this Disney show. Today you see it as Disney on Ice, but it was originally a dance show.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
I remember going to Disney on Ice as a kid. So.
Yeah. And I love cartoons. I geeked out on Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. And I went to the Mel Blanc School of Voices because
Oh,
I studied
wow.
everything. And I met Mel Blanc and I did Donald Duck for Mel because I was doing Donald Duck at the time. And he did Daffy Duck. And of course, he was the original voice of Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig. He did hundreds of voices.
All of the Merry Melodies, all of the
Yes.
Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Marvin the Martian, you realize, of course, this means war. And he said to me, it's great you can do somebody else's voice, but he made his whole career on original voices. So I should study that. And he was right and he was wrong because when he passed away, it took 10 guys to replace him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since that time, we've had about 4 or 5 different Bugs Bunnies, Daffy Ducks. So there you go.
Right.
Yeah.
Cornered the market, and sometimes,
Yeah. You never know.
You never
Those
know.
are hard shoes to fill. They really
yeah.
are.
Yeah, he was a giant in the business.
Absolutely. So which came first, stand-up comedy or acting? And who were some of your role models growing up?
Oh man, acting was, I grew up on all those old movies, like Jimmy Cagney and those guys, and they ran them on television, because they didn't have to pay any kind of a residual to those big actors. So
They just
ran
had to
all
provide them with an apple box.
Yeah,
Just-
pretty much. Yeah. Anyway, so they ran all these old movies and stuff, and so I would watch them and imitate them. And of course, everybody imitated Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, so I did that. And it was just a lot of fun, growing up on movies and television shows, and the usual.
Right.
Yeah. Any questions? Any bottles? Any rags?
So how did you start it? I know when you were little, you did all the, you mimicked and all of that, but how did you actually decide, hey, I'm going to be a stand-up comic. I'm going to go into
Yeah.
acting. I'm going to
Well,
dance a little.
Yeah, well, I was 13 when I started mastering Donald Duck, and I was doing Bugs Bunny. I was a kid, and I was always in a show. And at 19, I turned pro for a show called Disney on Parade, choreographed by Anna White. Anna White had just won the Academy Award for Oliver.
Oh, wow.
And she also did Music Man, Bye Bye Birdie, Pete's Dragon, things like that. And she hired me for this Disney show. So we're in rehearsal and it's a big show. Today you see it as Disney on Ice. It was an arena touring show. And, it was you learned your craft as a dancer. And I sat down at the piano one day in a break and I did a bunch of cartoon voices and played the piano. And I did Donald Duck. And the next thing I know, I'm the voice of Donald Duck for Disney on Parade. And I do it live 10 shows a week, 14 shows a week. I did What's My Line, and I did the radio shows to promote the show. And I was on it for almost 2 years.
I watch a lot of What's My Line, so I need to know what season that is so I can go look for it.
It was 1971, August
71?
1971.
Okay.
And we were in New York City with the Disney show. And like I said, they got rid of the dancers and did Disney on Ice,
Mhm.
So it's the same show, but it's shorter and they skate. What they skated, we ran.
It's
Called
colder.
ourselves Holiday on Wood.
Holiday on Wood.
And then from there, Anna was doing Mame with Lucille Ball, and I went in an audition. I got the part, and I wound up working dancing in the show, Dancing with Lucy in Mame. And I was the jumper and the leaper, and I would jump over the hedges, and I would do these double attitude turns in the dirt. If anybody knows what ballet terms are, that's pretty much what you do. You turn.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's hard to describe. And Lucy would tell me stories. She was a serious woman. She wasn't funny off stage. And so I'd say to her, I like the Three Stooges. And she'd go, oh, bad props. They almost killed me. I mean, she just did everything. And I think that was her secret. She never turned down work. And this was the late 30s. And she was powdering her nose with this fine powder. And one of the Stooges turns on a fan and she goes, and it goes in her mouth and her throat and all this fine powder. And she's in the hospital for 3 days.
Oh, wow.
I mean, she relives it while she's telling me this. And she goes, and for 2 weeks, I'm blinking like this, and it's like sandpaper. And I go, oh, okay, Lucy, I guess I'll go work out. I'll go practice. No, but she was really serious. But you could talk to her on the set. She was really, really amazing. She was the head of a studio.
That's
And,
amazing.
Yeah.
And Bob Preston, Robert Preston from the Music Man,
Mhm.
He was in the show. He was her romantic lead.
Nice.
And you had to call him Bob. Bob had his little cigarette. And he always had a little cigarette.
He's frittering away. It's just-
So I go over to Bob and I go, Bob, you know, I thought you were wonderful in the Music Man. And Bob goes, you know, kid, I've done more than that. So I said, well, you want to take a photo? Sure. Come on over here and take a photo. So we took a picture. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I loved that movie too.
Yeah.
It was a great movie.
Hence the reference that I just made right now, right? Like
Yeah.
he's just frittering away. Just frittering away. So dancing, acting, stand-up comedy, voice acting, which one is your greatest love? Like which one gives you the most enjoyment?
I think the reaction from an audience is the biggest, most fun. Right.
Oh, you can give a better reaction than that. Come on, guys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Clap for the duck.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll tell you a little secret, something I regret to this day. I was dancing in Maine with Lucy, and my friend Wade comes over to me and says, "Do you want to do another movie?" I go, "Yeah." "What is it?" He goes, "Black Bart." I said, "Well, what do you got to be?" He says, "You got to be a gay guy in a tuxedo getting beat up by cowboys." I said, "I think I'll become an actor." It turned out to be Blazing Saddles.
Oh, yes.
So every time I see Wade, he goes, "Hey, everybody, this is Sam. You know, he turned down Blazing Saddles." Thank you, Wade. So I should have learned from Lucy, never turn down work.
Yeah.
Never turn down work.
Because you get the code name and you never know what it is.
Yeah. So I happened to go over to the Comedy Store, and these guys were doing stand-up, and it was kind of new. It's 1975. And I go over to the Comedy Store, and I said, "Well, I can do this." So I start to put an act together, and Missy, the owner of the guy, said, yeah. I go in and I do my little thing. She goes, "Yeah, I could use you." And I became a regular at the Comedy Store. And I learned comedy writing, and I learned stand-up, and you know how to write a joke and how to present a joke and how to create a character. And it takes a long time to be a stand-up. And I was there with Michael Keaton, who I adore. He's an amazing actor. He could have been a headliner, whatever he wanted to do. And, you know, Jay Leno was there, and David Letterman, and Robin Williams. And Robin and I used to do medical Shakespeare, but there are children in the audience. I can't do that act. He was something else. He was really fun. And so I was with all these great comedians, Pat Proft, who wrote Airplane, which I was in and got cut out of. Welcome to showbiz. So I get this close. So I was on the Bob Newhart show, and I played a ventriloquist. And I believed the dummy was real and wanted to leave the act. So I go to Bob Newhart, and Bob goes, "Well, you know, how'd this happen?" I said, "Well, you know, don't you mean the dummy, you're making the dummy talk?" And I go, "Well, that's how it started." And, you know, but he's grown up, and he's pretty much should do his own thing. So anyway, it was such a funny episode. To this day, Bob says it's his favorite episode. I talked to him last year. He's 94. And he said he tells everybody it's his favorite episode from Bob Newhart. So, you know, and he's just a great guy. He's real. I mean, what you see on stage is what you see off stage. He's just a really sweet guy and really down to earth. And I think that's his secret, is he's real on stage as much as he is off stage.
That's awesome.
Did he ever offer to do your taxes?
Never.
I mean, I have to ask this because you led into it already. Speaking of your ventriloquist days.
Yeah.
Where is Irving? What is he doing? nowadays?
Irving broke up the act.
Yeah.
He's on his own. He sells real estate in the valley.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, he comes out once in a while. I almost brought him here, but you know, Bob Newhart's so long ago, you know, I didn't think anybody would remember. So
Oh, I remember the Bob Newhart show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I loved it. And then I loved at the end of Newhart that they
Yes,
harken
yes.
back to it. So
And you know, he did say that he in public that when in the minute he got off television, when he quit the Bob Newhart show, he went off to do he thought his act was in stand-up, you know, in Vegas and all that. And he said that that when he got off television, people didn't know who he was anymore. So they had to go and create a new series for him, which was Newhart.
Yeah.
So a little inside info there. there.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
We're getting the inside tea here today.
It's like I've done everything. I can do everything except make a living. So just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yes,
So-
I have part-time jobs. I'm currently the male stripper at the Jewish Home for the Aged. It's a great job. You come back the next day, they think you're the new guy. So- Are you kids okay over here? Oh, because I'd be on my phone too if I were you.
So,
yeah.
Getting into voice acting,
Yeah.
what was your first voice acting?
With Donald Duck.
So that was the first thing you did?
First
Oh,
thing I
okay.
did I did their records and toys and tapes and everything. After I did Disney on Parade, I went over to the studio and Ducky Nash was still alive. And he was the original voice of Donald Duck from 1934. And suddenly somebody called me and said, I have a toy for you to do, or a book.
Right.
I said, okay. And then when I went in a couple of times, I said, Ducky's still alive, shouldn't you give this to, and they go, no, we wanted you. So I didn't want to, if you turn down work, you don't work again.
Yeah.
So you
Lucy told you not to turn down work.
never
so,
turn
yeah.
down work. Yeah. I should listen to her more. So
Right,
I didn't
yeah.
turn down work. So over the next 17 years, from 1971 to 1987, I did the voice of Donald Duck. And for their records toys, the Mickey Mouse audio animatronic talking doll, which was like Teddy Ruxpin came out and they went, wait a minute, we invented that. What the hey? So they do a Mickey, and so I did that, and I did the talking books with Fisher Price and all those things, and we did commercials. We did Gold Bond ice cream. And
Gold
Mickey,
Bond? Oh, wow.
And they're all through it. Peter Renaday was the voice of Mickey Mouse for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
You might know him from he was Splinter in the original Ninja Turtles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he was in the Bear Jamboree and Disney. He did a lot of voices, and he was an excellent theater actor. And Goofy was done by Tony Pope, who did Teddy Ruxpin. And they still used him as Goofy for the Mickey Mouse audio animatronic
Oh,
dolls.
that's funny.
And we were a team for 17 years, 20 years, And then this CEO, they changed CEOs, and in comes this new group, and they just took everybody out. They got Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and animators, everybody, all the old guys, and they just brought in all these new people. So there you have it.
I blame Bob Iger.
Iger, no, Iger wasn't in there at the time.
I still blame
This
him.
was Eisner.
No, I still
You
blame.
didn't hear it from me.
But Rusi was still playing Minnie though, right?
Yeah, Rusi and Wayne Allwine became Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
And my good friend Bill Farmer is the official voice of Goofy.
Right.
And he took over for Tony Pope. Yeah.
Wow.
But, what are you going to do? I mean, they own the characters.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah. So I was the second one to do Donald Duck. And in the meantime, I was acting and doing stand-up and, and theater, a lot of theater. I did musicals. I did Hello, Dolly with Martha Ray, who you may not remember, but she was something else, man. She was the third person to do Hello, Dolly on Broadway. And she was Bette Midler before there was a Bette Midler. She could sing, she could act, she was hilarious. And opening night, I'm the lead dancer, I'm the head waiter for Hello, Dolly. And I'm standing there and it's the opening number and I get somebody pinches me on the butt. And it hurt. And I turn around, it's Martha Ray. And she's, bent down like this because she's supposed to pop out, And she goes, shh, here, take my card. And it says Maggie, third person to do Dolly on Broadway. She was nuts, but she was brilliantly funny. And she told me a story about how she was 17 and won a singing contest. She was from Montana and won a singing contest on a radio show. And the first prize was to fly you down to MGM and get a screen test. So she gets the screen test and they sign her. And so she starts doing these shows and I go, wow, what's it like at MGM? Louis B. Mayer. She says, Louis B. Mayer was the devil. She was scared to death. And she said she begged to get out of her contract after 3 or 4 movies. And then she was out of there. So then she wound up on television and all kinds of stuff. But she was something else. And the Bob Newhart show was great. Suzanne Plachette you remember Suzanne?
I remember
Yeah,
Suzanne
yeah.
Plachette.
I'm going way back here, but
That's fine.
So we're on the set and we're blocking and it's dress rehearsal and she's really beautiful. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. And she comes over and goes, oh, here. She gives me a kiss for good luck on my cheek. And I'm an idiot guy. I'm like 20 something. And I go, you know, I have a girlfriend. And she says, so what? I have a husband. He's right over there. Just stupid.
It's okay. You get a pass. You were 20.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm
not
surprised
everybody's
you didn't
smart at
forget
20 years
your
old.
girlfriend.
Oh, no, yeah, right. Yeah.
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 Not everybody is smart at 20. You
Yeah,
know
no,
this.
no, we're just, we don't think.
At all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's get into a little more in-depth talk about Donald in general.
Oh, Donald, yeah.
So completely iconic, one of the hardest voices to do.
Yeah.
And like I want to say, like, walk us through your process of doing Donald. I know Tony Anselmo used to have to twerk his body to do the voice.
Yeah.
And I noticed that you just look straight on when you do
Yeah,
it, right?
yeah.
So it's like where Tony Anselmo had to twerk his body to do it.
Yeah.
You know, like how do you get into doing the voice? Like, where's your range on that?
Well, I did it so well that they would bring me in to do the groundwork for like the Three Caballeros at Walt Disney World. And I would do it in 20 minutes because it's just so natural for me to do it. So I'd sing We're Three Caballeros.
Again, caballeros, again, caballeros. Ba, 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 ba.
Thank you. Yeah. And they'd have to give it to Tony because he's the official voice.
Right.
And it took him an hour and a half. So I just had a natural ability to do it, And like I said, I did it since I was a kid. But doing it on Disney on Parade live, 10 to 14 shows a week, was, probably the groundwork to make it so natural. Because I practiced it, it was every day. It was, 14 shows a week, So it was something that now it's just become so natural to do, So anyway, that's what the director told me.
That's amazing, man. I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of funny that like you're basically doing the scratch track for Tony Anselmo.
Yeah. We don't talk about Tony. He's in another world.
Yeah. So
And then- go ahead.
I was gonna say, in general, what's it like working for Disney? Like, what's your experience working for Disney?
Always a lot of fun. You're around the most creative people you could ever meet. I mean, an Academy Award winning director comes in and goes, okay, let's do this. And, you're working with the best people. And, they're amazing. Amazing. The animators are like these genius artists. They're just unbelievable, And so it was a real treat to do it. It's a privilege to do these voices. And, if the people don't understand that that you're lucky. Ed Asner and I were friends for 50 years. You know who Ed Asner is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Ed Asner.
Ed
The
Asner.
voice of Granny Goodness.
Yeah.
He was.
He was?
Ed Asner did a lot of things that people didn't realize he did. He was one of those actors. Where it's like,
Yeah.
Wait, that was Ed Asner? Yeah.
And he won 7 Emmys. So I used to call him Mr. 7 Emmys. He didn't like that. And every time he'd win an Emmy, I'd call him up and go, what? Like there are no other actors? Like you're the only one? And he goes, I hope it doesn't price me out of the business. And every great actor I ever met said to me, I got lucky. The ones who were really fortunate. So, and he wasn't the only one. I mean, there were a lot of actors out there. I think Michael J. Fox was just a real guy. There was no, attitude or not. And most of the most successful actors I worked with, they just want to work. They want to do the work. Unfortunately, you hear about the divas, the people who are, so you assume everybody's like that. But most of the people I worked with, Bob Newhart, Family Ties, Airwolf, Movies of the Week, whatever it is, Elizabeth Montgomery, who I did Between the Darkness and the Dawn, which was a movie of the week. She wanted to give an actor a break. And I came in and did the audition and she picked me up cold. She just said, okay, you can do the part. Let's give it to him. She wanted to give an actor a break. She was that generous.
Wow.
And she was there. She was about the work. It wasn't about, throwing a tantrum or anything that it was getting it right. And those are the best actors. And that's why you look at a Robert Downey Jr. and you go, wow,
Yeah.
this guy knows his stuff.
And the comeback that he's made has been
Don't call it a comeback.
Well, I watch Michael Keaton and it's like an acting exercise. It's like an acting lesson. If you watch him, Robin Williams was that way. There was a comedian at the Comedy Store named Tim Thomerson, who was Robin Williams before there was Robin Williams. He was that good. He did the entire movie Stagecoach live on stage.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm he'd do all the characters and the stagecoach and everything. Yeah, yeah. It was amazing. Yeah, my name's Leonard. Stupid, ugly old Leonard. I'm on the stagecoach, And these guys you learn from. You watch. You don't try to, emulate them, but you learn from these guys. They know what they're doing. I mean, I think Keaton never took an acting lesson in his life.
Really?
I think he was just born that way.
I
don't know, but
I remember the backlash where it was like Mr. Mom is playing Batman.
Yeah.
Well, and now they're like, oh yeah, Mr. Mom is playing Batman. Awesome.
Yeah. Well, now, like nowadays, most people don't remember Mr. Mom and remember him for Batman. So it's like,
yeah.
At the time, the people were mad that a comedian was going to play Batman.
Yeah, and I remember this big director. I did a pilot called Hollywood High with Annie Potts, and he was the big director. And he called me up one day. He said, "Do you see Night Shift? You know this guy Michael Keaton?" I go, "Yeah, he was at the Comedy Store. He was amazing." He goes, "Yeah, no kidding." So when he was up for Batman, we both said, "Oh, he'll do this."
Right.
If you get the right director and the right script, he'll be fantastic.
Yeah.
It was the same backlash that Heath Ledger got when he played the Joker.
Yeah, and look what he did.
Oh,
Yeah.
destroyed it in a good way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back. Let's
Yeah,
get
actually,
back to
going back to like TV though.
Oh, okay, all right.
What was it like working on like Family Ties and Airwolf? Like, what was it like on those sets?
Well, Family Ties was a sitcom, and the guy who wrote my episode of Bob Newhart was the co-executive producer of Family Ties. And funny that we sat down for lunch one day and he said, I got to tell you, the episode you did of the Bob Newhart show, that started my career as a comedy writer.
Oh, that's awesome.
That it just jettisoned to this, thing. So he was this comedy writer and he was the co-executive producer. He said, I have a part for you on Family Ties. I said, great. So I walk in and they have all these ventriloquists lined up because I played another ventriloquist. And I walk right past them and I go in and he says, oh, just do your little comedy act you do at the Comedy Store with the dummy. And they're all laughing and they go, okay, at 4:00 that after, you got the part, show up Monday. That was it,
Wow.
But Michael Fox was wonderful. Meredith Baxter-Burr, these guys were just happy that they were working together. They were a good team.
Mm-hmm.
And there were no airs about it. And nobody gave anybody any trouble. It was a good working atmosphere. And that's what you want on a set. You want everybody to be positive and enjoy the journey.
Right.
Okay. Am I talking too much?
No,
No, you're not talking.
I
You're
just
not
didn't
talking
want
enough.
him
Talk
to get.
more.
Oh.
He's a huge Batman fan. I didn't want him to go down that rabbit hole because we would have been there for hours. So.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he did Batman. I did Fat Man. It's a joke. It's a joke.
So did Kevin Smith.
She thought she was believing me here.
Like I said, so did Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
He actually has a show called Fat Man on Batman.
Batman.
Or now it's called Fat Man Beyond.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of jumping around, but
Yeah,
moving back to Donald.
Yeah.
Doing Donald, did that help you understand Chip and Dale a little bit more?
No.
Or at least Donald's frustration with Chip and
I
Dale?
see. Yeah. Well, see, any little thing will tick off Donald Duck, but he doesn't get mad to get mad. He gets mad when he gets frustrated or the nephews play a trick on him or something like that. And actually for Tom and Jerry, where I do Little Quacker,
Oh, you a baba? Oh, you're the baba. Oh, boy.
Yeah, there you go. Sounds like the same voice, doesn't it?
Something about ducks in Hollywood.
Right. So
Except Howard.
So we're coming up with scripts. I wrote several episodes of Tom and Jerry because I could do everything except make a living.
Mhm.
So I'm I remember Donald Duck did an episode in 1948 where he gets hit on the head with a brick and his voice changes and he becomes Frank Sinatra.
Yes.
He's one of these,
Becomes a
crooners.
crooner, yeah.
A crooner. And the women are just going nuts for him. And then Daisy Duck figures out she lost him. And then one day she sees him walking down the street and she's crying and he gets hit on the head again with something. And he goes back to his Donald Duck voice and recognizes Daisy. Then there was another episode where he takes a voice pill and he changes his voice to Ronald Coleman, who is this very famous, had a beautiful speaking voice. And Ronald Coleman, I'll get that. That's for me, right? So
they wanted to talk to the duck, right?
yeah. So
I hope whoever they're talking to
Yeah.
can hear the duck in the background.
Yeah, right. So Ronald Coleman, his voice, he takes a voice pill and it sounds like Ronald Coleman. And Ronald Coleman was one of these guys, his gorgeous speaking voice. He was a star back in the 30s and 40s. And it was like, oh, 'tis a far better thing I do than I've ever. And so this is Donald's voice.
I remember this episode because I remember as soon as he
Yeah.
became
Yeah.
Frank, it was buh, 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 buh.
Yeah. I don't think they could get Frank, but they got somebody like him.
Yeah.
So what happens? I pitched this idea to the executive producer of Tom and Jerry, and we decide to make him into an opera singer. So Little Quacker becomes an opera singer.
I remember that episode too.
Yeah, and they get this guy who's a big opera singer, big tenor, and he's got this huge voice, and he sings "Lord Donny Mobley," all that. I can't do it. So, and we get Steve Stanton does Ronald Coleman. He does the voice. So now Quacker has three voices: me, Ronald Coleman, and this opera singer. And Little Quacker sings opera, and it was a great little episode.
That's awesome.
Yeah, cool, huh? So
It is. I mean, I'm struck at the moment because it's just like it's the thought behind creating these characters and
Yeah.
kind of like how you come up with these ideas and everything like
Yeah,
that. And
yeah.
I mean, like because I was gonna lead into Little Quacker. Right? I asked earlier if anybody knew who Little Quacker was.
Yeah.
And half the people here were like, no.
Yeah,
So it's
thank
okay.
you.
It's a smaller duck. It's fine.
It's a tiny little innocent duck. Yeah. And he eventually became Yaki Doodle for Hanna-Barbera. I forgot the name of the channel. He just passed away at like 99. And he did a perfect little duck, and it was Yaki Doodle back in the 60s, before anybody was born here, right? Yeah. Okay, one guy.
One. We got one.
Yeah. Not a pretty story, but
Or is it the prettiest story?
maybe.
Exactly. So you also wrote some of the episodes for Tom and Jerry.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. I would submit ideas and stuff, and then we develop it into an episode like Little Quacker finds a lucky penny, and then he finds the lucky penny, and then little Tom steals the penny, and if you steal the penny, you have bad luck. So Tom gets beat up, and he wants to get the penny back to Quacker. So it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Any questions? Any bottles? Any?
And actually, for questions, we do want people to start. Like, if you have a question, we got a couple more questions before we get to it, but get them ready, and we'll let you guys know when we can ask some questions here. Oh, no way!
He has a question.
That's her husband.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
that's
this
your
is,
husband?
This is my husband.
Listen, I did not give her my room key. I did not. I did not.
So I got to ask this though.
Yeah.
You've done a lot of work for Robot Chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who here's a fan of Robot Chicken?
Yes. Oh my
Okay.
God.
I was hoping, right?
Yeah.
What's it like working with Seth Green?
Seth is great. We did Mickey and Donald at a bar picking up chicks. It's my favorite episode.
But what's funny is like I made a reference to Howard and Seth plays Howard. So it's like,
Yeah.
now you have two ducks in a room.
Yeah, two ducks. Yeah. Howard the Duck. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 2 ducks, 1 bar.
Yeah.
Two ducks, one bar.
So-
Two ducks, one cup. No, do not ask what that is.
No, do not ask that reference. That's
So
nothing.
the first one I ever did was Mickey's Admirer, which is Mickey and Donald at a bar picking up chicks. So Donald Duck tells Mickey, "Hey, this girl's staring at you. You should go over there and talk to her." And it turns out to be Minnie Mouse. He says, who wants to date a girl that looks like you in a dress?" And then he gets upset and he goes, "Oh my God, she's coming over. I gotta leave." So Mickey gets up and leaves. And then Donald Duck looks around, there's Daisy Duck. He goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm a hideous woman." And he says,
Oh my goodness, I'm a hideous woman.
and then he says,
You want to get out of here?
he says, "You want to get out of here?"
Right.
You know, still gonna pick her up. You know?
Donald has no standards.
No
It's okay.
standards, none. And I had to be the funny. It was the first one we did. I still think it's the funniest.
That's awesome.
So to lead on to that before we go right
Yeah.
into the questions
Yeah,
here, what is your fondest memory of any of the roles you've played? Like any fun stories from recording sessions or just something that comes to mind when you think of like, oh, this was fun. Aside from obviously picking up chicks at a bar with Mickey.
Yeah. Well, Seth was great to work with. He's just a real pro. Boy, it's hard to tell you because when I did Little Quacker, it was so much fun
Mhm.
because all these great voice actors came in. Oh, and with Robot Chicken, you sit there and there's these big famous people. He got all these big name actors, you know, Brent Spiner from Data was there. And,
Yeah.
you know, he gets all these major stars to come in and do these ridiculous things, you know? And I could, you know, I did one with, what's her name? She was on the 70s show. 70s, you know?
Laura.
No, the other one.
Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
Yeah. I know Mila's done a lot of stuff for
Yeah,
Robot Chicken.
But
Yeah.
this is, you know, adult
Yeah.
Yeah.
comedy.
Oh, yeah.
And so we were doing it with Mila and Donald Duck. It's too crazy.
Or Seth MacFarlane's Star Wars, everything he does Star Wars related on there. So, it's like- so let's start with some questions here. Go
Okay.
ahead and ask your question.
Yeah.
All right. So, Comedy Store in the
Yes.
60s, 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
What's the craziest story you can share with this audience?
Yes.
From
Okay.
the Comedy Store.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
So at least rated E.
Yes, there was a comedian named Lenny Schultz who was brilliantly hilarious, funny guy. And he would get up on stage and do just about anything. He hit himself in the head with a flour bag and, you know, cover himself, whatever. So somebody yelled out, throw up, you know, throw up.
Vomit on stage.
Before they
on
could
command.
stop him, he stuck his finger down.
Oh.
Lenny, throw up, Lenny. So
Oh,
he was
no.
banned from the Comedy Store for a while.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's a picture I don't want to.
That
I'm already picturing
I
it.
don't want to deal with that.
It's terrible.
Yeah. But you're leaving me? Oh no, I thought you were.
Got a question?
Oh my God.
So you've done a number of interviews through the years. What is a question that you've never been asked, but you've always had an answer ready for?
Geez, that's a good one because I have no idea. I was ready. Let's see. I was ready to talk about acting, and he never got around to acting. You know, just do Donald Duck and do your comedy and get out. That's a great question.
How long have you been acting?
Well, if you talk to my last girlfriend, quite a while.
Well, remember, he's only 22.
Yeah. Well, since I was 8, you know, they put me into one of these acting, singing, dancing, hula, baton twirling schools at 8 years of age. So I learned to tap dance. You know.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
What was your favorite type of movie you played?
What was my favorite type of movie?
You did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. It was fun to do At Long Last Love with Madeline Kahn. I was a dancing caveman. We're the best dancers in Hollywood, and we act like we were in the Spastic Children's Foundation, you know. Blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, Burt Reynolds tap dances from the waist up. Go figure.
He's a star. You
He's
know?
a star. You see this and you hear the taps, and it's like, what? Yeah.
So I can't do voices, but even when I like pretend to attempt, it hurts my throat. So
Oh.
doing different voices, do you ever find that, I mean, what do you do to take care of your voice? Because I cough and I choke and it makes my throat dry. Like,
Mhm.
do you do something special that helps protect your voice when you do the characters?
Not really. I really don't. Well, I take a lozenge, you know,
Mhm.
something to keep you hydrated, you know, something to suck on like a, you know, a cough
Hard
drop.
candy.
Yeah, cough drops, hard candy.
There's a voice tea that a lot of coaches will kind of teach you about, and it has honey, ginseng, cayenne pepper, lemon, right? And you put that in hot water, and you drink that, and it'll help loosen your vocal cords. So that's something if you want to practice a little bit, and you know, because a lot of it is also training, right? So it's the more you train, the easier it gets on you. That tea will help you loosen your vocal cords and kind of get in that groove. That's something I learned from working in the music industry, but I know it works in voice acting as well.
Add bourbon to loosen your tongue.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do Donald Duck's voice, and can you teach us how to do it?
I think you said 8 years old.
Yeah, take my job, please.
Oh, we've got one from the back.
Okay.
She's dramatically coming up.
Dramatic pause.
Did I answer her question? Yeah.
Do you think that voice actors are treated differently than screen actors?
We don't get as much money, but
That sounds very different.
yeah, it's very different. Also, a lot of the voice actors are brilliant actors in their own right. They just happen to wind up doing voices. I've met some brilliant actors. There's a great actor, he's a Shakespearean actor, and he's done all this theater, and he knows how to create a character. He's done hundreds of voices, and he just decided he'd just rather do voices.
Do
And yet
some-
he had this ability,
Wow.
you know?
Do some of them like get into audiobooks at all?
No, I haven't done it, but that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And they'll hire some Shakespearean actor with a bigger than life voice. Read these, serious books. Nobody wants to hear Donald Duck go,
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
That is absolutely what I want to listen to.
No, nobody wants to hear.
To be or not to be?
That is the question.
I was just curious about the prep work it takes to do to get prepared to start doing your voices acting for like the final product. Like, how much practice does it take to get to that point? Like, do you have to constantly reread your lines over and over, like 3 days? Like how long does it take to memorize it?
Yeah, that's a great question, because when you do voiceover for a cartoon, you don't have to memorize, but they'll give me the dialogue ahead of time, a few days ahead of time, so I can work on the words for Donald Duck, or Little Quacker rather, because he's hard to understand. So you as you do it, you try to substitute other words. But when we did one called The Ugly Duckling, something like like The Ugly Duckling,
yeah,
which to say the word ugly was the hardest thing in the world to do. So I would say,
Oh, I'm so ugly.
and I had to break it up to 2 syllables, and still it comes out,
Oh, I'm so ugly.
give me a break.
Yeah.
Did it take a lot of takes to get it just right?
Yeah, it did. For ugly, it did. And most of the time for a duck voice, you would break up the words, make one word into two words, like something, or I don't know, I can't remember a word now, but we used to kind of break it up so you could understand what he's saying. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
But I can do supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, no problem.
I would like to hear that right now. But anyways,
Okay,
so
yeah.
how would you give somebody who would like to be a voice actor a outline or a way to get about that?
Well, you have to have a voiceover demo to give to an agent who can see that you have a range of voices,
Okay.
or that if you have one thing that's really unique that
Okay.
nobody else can do,
Okay.
which is, hard to find,
Not everybody's D. Bradley Baker.
Yeah. Or Bill Farmer, the voice of Goofy.
Yeah.
He does hundreds of voices.
Right.
He does all the presidents. He
Oh,
did it
wow.
for me. He does all the presidents. And I tell you, okay, try and do Lincoln. You know?
I think we got another one.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, here we
another
go.
question.
I love it.
I like that we're getting them from all over the.
Yeah.
It's more of a personal
Yeah.
question. Are
Uh-huh.
you married? Do you have kids and grandkids? And how do they feel about your role?
My role? Well, I have 2 kids that I know of. My son is 38 and my daughter's 35. And my son's a computer genius, didn't get it from me. My daughter worked for the Girl Scouts for many years, and then now she's a personal assistant to somebody. And unfortunately, I lost my wife many years ago.
But how did they feel towards your roles as Donald
Well,
Duck? I
they
mean,
had a lot
was
of,
they funny?
you know, they could tell people their dad was Donald Duck. You know? And I used to read them. My daughter loved it. I would read her books in the morning, in the evening. To go to bed, you'd have to read them a story. So I do it in all these little different voices and all that. So she remembered that. Thank God.
So it was
Yeah.
cool for them to say, my dad.
Yeah. And a lot of time, after a while, when they get a little older, they don't want to know. They don't want to tell anybody. It's like when I took my daughter to Disneyland, she's 5, 6, 7 years. Oh, my dad's Donald Duck. Oh, my dad did Donald Duck. Oh, my dad. And now then she became a teenager and said, Dad, don't do Donald Duck. We're at Disneyland. Shut up. just keep it to yourself. Oh, Dad, don't do that. No.
So do you
That's what my wife does every time I do Mickey Anywhere.
Yeah. And my son never liked Disneyland. I go, your dad's Donald Duck.
I know, right?
Your dad did Donald.
Do you have grandkids?
Hmm?
Do you have grandkids?
I can't hear you.
Do you have grandkids?
No, unfortunately, my kids were young when my wife passed, and they are not married yet. So, you know, why are you busy? You know, I live alone. I have a chest hairpiece and an 800 number, and
Thank you.
what?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
I enjoy hearing your voice.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we have. Oh no, we are running on time. Okay,
We are? We're out of time,
We're
huh?
starting. So I have some wrap up questions for you here.
Okay, wrap me up.
I'm gonna wrap you up nice and tight. I'm gonna ask you the hardest question that you've ever been asked in your life.
Why are these people in the back so far in the way?
Yes. Yeah. Just why is everybody in the back? Are you afraid of ducks?
So they could sneak out. They don't have to hear it.
It's okay. You should be afraid of ducks. You guys see ducks? They're scary. Except for his duck. Both of his ducks are not scary at all.
I give good duck.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Except when Donald's mad. Just, okay. What is your favorite kind of taco?
Taco. I'm not a Mexican food eater. I eat junk food. My father lived to be 102 on junk food. Seriously. Is a true story. If you didn't come over with a box of See's candy at his house at 100, you know, he'd send you out to get candy. And when he passed at 102, he had his mind. At 101, he did his taxes. You know? Yeah, he did them wrong, but he did them. And we had a big memorial for him, and we invited everybody to the memorial, that his friends and everything. And this 90-year-old woman comes over to me and says, "Oh, what did he eat that he could live to be 102?" I said, "Well, hamburgers, hot dogs, crap, you know, junk food, you know, See's candy, Mars bars, you know." At 100, we took one to Costco, ate a hot dog and a Coke. And she says to me, "Well, you know, if he'd eaten healthier, he would have lived longer."
Oh my gosh.
To 130.
Yeah. I said, "What, a month?" You know, we're looking at he's 102, you know? You know.
I think that was probably just reactionary. Is like, yeah, well, he would have lived longer. Really?
Yeah, really. You know? So unfortunately, I've struggled with that all my life to get the try to eat healthy.
Between characters, would you rather do Donald Duck or a different one?
Well, that's funny you should ask that, because I always wanted to do like Daffy Duck, because Daffy to me was the greatest single character ever invented, because he had such,
How is your Daffy? Have you tried it?
Yeah, I could do Daffy. Hey, are you talking to me? Hey.
It's not bad, actually. It's actually pretty good. Yeah.
What's Donald Duck's favorite food?
Wow. Donald Duck's favorite food.
Acting 101.
That's food?
No, no. What? How does the character think?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. What does he eat? What does Donald Duck eat? I don't remember him eating anything.
I don't think I've ever seen him eat.
I've never
anything.
seen him
Maybe.
Oh,
You guys are missing a good thing.
I know. At Thanksgiving, Donald Duck had a turkey.
Oh, so he's a cannibal.
Yeah. And it's in a cartoon, and they're carving up a turkey. It's the ducks eating it. Yeah. So there you go. How's that?
No, thank you very much.
What?
What's Donald Duck's favorite color?
Favorite
Color.
color? Oh, it'd have to be blue for navy blue, because that's what he wears. And he
sailor.
doesn't wear pants.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
thank you very much.
What's her name? What's her name?
Ronan.
I'm sorry.
Logan.
Logan?
Ronan.
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 Ronan. Oh, wow.
Hello, Logan. How are you? Oh, boy. I love you so much.
Ronan, what makes this so much better is this is going to be on the internet, so you can hear that.
Apparently, Pikachu is her favorite
Yeah.
character.
She likes ducks.
Look at this.
If you could choose one character, would it be Donald Duck or Daffy Duck?
Well, like I said, I always wanted to do Daffy Duck. He was, like the greatest. He had all these emotions. He was jealous. He was egotistical. He was obnoxious. I mean, he just, hey, are you following me?
Would you pick like Donald Duck to be like your best friend or Mickey Mouse?
Well, it has to be Donald Duck.
Even though Donald's best friend was Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, he speaks for me.
No problem. It's okay.
Yeah.
So again, last question here, and it's like, we almost kind of answered it here, but
Okay.
normally we ask who would win in a fight, right?
Who?
Donald. I mean, I'm not going to put them in a fight situation. So quack off. Who wins in a quack off? Little Quacker or Donald Duck?
Well, he's just an innocent baby little duck. I mean, Yeah, well, of course, Donald's a grown-up person, so I imagine Donald would be the winner, unfortunately.
He's just gonna the amount of energy Donald has for being an adult. He's just quacking at him.
Yeah, he's a quacker. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
where can everybody follow you, learn more about you if they want to follow
Oh.
everything you do?
I have a website, samk3000.com, SAMKAY3000.com. Somebody stole the K, so it's KAY. 300. You go to the website and you can see all the work I did with Bob Newhart and Family Ties and Stand Up and, Robot Chicken and Little Quacker and Tom and Jerry and all that stuff. And yes, I can do supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, something like a vacuum gas, doses. Even though the side of it is something very doses. I mean, you won't stop the doses. Oh, something like a vacuum gas, doses.
The amount of joy that just rose in me right now. I love it. Sam, thank you for your time. We appreciate
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you very much.
And you're going to be here for the rest of the day, right?
I'll be here, yeah.
So for anybody who has any questions for Sam or wants to go get an autograph, he's going to be at his table over here, guys. Go say hi.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have him sign.
Yes. Where did my pen go? Right here.
I know nobody here would have known we were up till like 2 a.m. at a
Oh my
dive bar
God,
last night.
man.
Boise, man.
I've
Love
told
this
the
town.
story of our ultimate people watching at the last
Oh,
bar.
yeah.
We were at, not
Yeah.
on mic, because that's not something we need to talk about on the mic. But,
Oh, they're children here,
Yeah.
so yeah.
but that was a just ridiculous situation.
Well, that was definitely a highlight, my friend.
It definitely was.
Definitely a highlight.
It's like, is she at number 8 right now? It's just,
It might have been 10, but yeah.
I think it may have been. This guy, I mean, he missed out.
I know.
You were invited. You were invited.
I was invited, and
You
then
were
I
invited,
missed
you're like-
out.
You're like,
'cause
I'm leaving. I'm like, what?
by the time he got back, I was knocked out. I didn't even hear him come
Right.
in. I played the old man card last
This is
night.
what Red Bulls are for, my friend.
Oh,
He was dead to the world when we when we got back to the.
All right,
to the
fair
hotel
enough.
room.
I'm saying it was Saturday night. You knew what you were in for.
I know.
Or maybe
I know,
you didn't.
I
Now you
kept-
know.
I was
and
like, I'm
knowing's
gonna
half the
do this.
battle.
I could hang in with Ming. I could do this. And
Okay. You came. You showed up.
I came.
Showed up.
Showed up.
Showed up. That's
And I left.
good enough.
But you know what? The food was good last night.
Yeah,
that place was
I'll
pretty good.
never take you to a bad place for food.
That's great. That's good to
Ever.
know.
I've heard the stories.
It's good stories.
Quick, before we start the interview here, because we do have like about 5 minutes here, but I'm gonna do some trivia. Anybody down for some trivia for a prize? All right, cool. So, all right, there you go.
There's the prize, girl. Oh, it's all right. As long as we don't
All
get
good.
your card.
All good.
Dude.
All good.
Dude. So the way we play this game, guys, essentially, if you want to play, just raise your hand. I'm going to pick someone at random. All right? Not yet. You get to choose the category. I'll give you the categories, but I choose the question. I do not like doing easy questions, so be ready for a hard question in whatever category you pick. I do have easy questions, but that's usually for like, kids at the age of 7. So, who wants to get in on this? Okay, so I see she's probably gonna get an easy question. I see 2 here and you in the back. So, guys, come up to the mic here.
Yeah, we need to hear you, contestants.
Exactly.
Up
I
to the
need to be
mic.
able to hear.
Up to the mic.
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn it on.
Yeah.
See, this is mine.
That would
All right.
help.
I know, right?
There we go. Starting out good.
Yeah,
So-
come on up. Step up to the mic. You can tilt it down.
You can just grab it.
Just don't hit her in the
There you
face,
go.
please.
Yeah.
All right. So my categories are Marvel, DC, Star Wars, Disney, or pop culture.
Disney.
Disney. All right.
Yeah.
I assumed. I think I'm gonna go with a half easy, half hard one here. In what city does Aladdin live in?
Arabia.
Close. I'll give you another try.
Okay, now I know.
She doesn't know that's it.
Just repeat what she just said.
Agrabah.
Agrabah's correct. There you
Agrabah,
go.
you win.
Go ahead and
You
choose
win.
a prize.
You win.
You said you were going to give her an easy question.
it's
You
a
give her
hard
geography.
question.
Come on.
I mean that.
I know
guess.
geography of a city that
It's
doesn't
a
even
fake
really
city.
exist.
Yeah, it's a
doesn't
fake
exist.
city.
That's
Yeah.
cool. It's like, gosh.
It's not real. What category would you like? Again, to say what they are. They are Marvel, DC, Star Wars, Disney, pop culture.
Marvel.
Marvel.
What's the hesitation here, my friend?
I'm trying to do something that's not
Jeez.
super hard for her, but all my questions are hard.
What's the name of Tony Stark's dad?
What planet is Thanos from?
I have
That
no
is-
idea.
That's not a softball.
Oh no, you know what? I'll do this. What rare element took center stage in Black Panther film? Can you name the metal?
What is Captain America's shield made out of?
Yeah.
Vibranium.
Vibranium is
Yeah,
correct.
winner.
All right. You're an adult. You get a hard question. So
As if these weren't already hard.
I'll do DC.
DC. You know, nobody ever picks DC.
Yeah, he's wearing a Flash logo.
I know, right? All right. What is the name of the chemical facility both Joker and Harley Quinn made their transformations at?
Acme.
It's not Acme.
No.
got the first letter right.
Ace.
Ace Chemical. There you go.
That
Go
almost
ahead and
felt
pick.
like one of the Holy Grail moments where he's all like, blue, no, red.
Yeah.
Do you want the blue pill? No, I wanted all of them. What
category I'm going for?
what category is it?
Marvels.
Marvel. All right. Come back up here.
Mm-hmm.
In Guardians of the Galaxy, what is the name of the dog in the collector Tannelier Tavares Museum?
I honestly don't know, but I know of Rocket.
It's not Rocket.
That's the problem. I haven't seen much of it though.
Oh no. Huh? Yeah, the dog in the spacesuit.
Of course, it could have been Cosmos.
It's Cosmo the dog.
Of course.
This is just starting to become like a hey, yeah, we're tangentially getting the answers correct. All right. What category would you like?
Star Wars.
Star Wars. Okay. Oh, there it is. All right. Let's go with the Star Wars Holiday Special marked the first appearance of which Star Wars character? Old school Star Wars
Man,
nerds know
this
this one.
kid's parents weren't even born when the Star Wars Holiday Special came out.
I know. Phil, you're.
Depends on how hard, like how much of a star. All
Let
right,
me
I'll
just
change
give you a
I'll
hint.
change
It
I'll
starts
change
with
it.
a B, and his last name starts with an F.
I told you guys I'm asking hard questions. That's the way it is, right? Who served as Jabba the Hutt's chief of staff?
What?
Who served as Jabba the Hutt's chief of staff?
Bib Fortuna.
Who was Boba Fett's right-hand man? Or not, Jabba the Hutt's right-hand man?
Yeah.
Bib Fortuna.
Bib Fortuna.
Well
right.
done. Well done. Boba Fett was the
Boba Fett.
One, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also the first appearance of the rifle that the Mandalorian walks around with.
Yes, it was.
What category would you like?
DC.
DC. I think DC's further up. Okay. There we go. Where do Kryptonian criminals go when convicted of a crime?
The Phantom Zone.
The Phantom Zone. No hesitation. There you go.
Nailed it. Yes.
Yeah. That's how you know somebody's really into DC. I love it. What is your category?
Marvel.
Marvel. Who was the first character killed in Infinity War?
I don't pay
In the movie. In the movie. In the movie.
It's a huge moment in the movie.
Oh yeah, isn't it like it was either Loki or Thor? I don't remember.
It's not Loki. That's the reason I made this question what it is because everybody thinks it's Loki. It's not Loki. Possibly.
Wow, you need another prize?
Heimdall.
It is Heimdall. All right, kids, we're gonna start this interview real quick, but we'll do more after, okay? Just give him one. Hey guys, come back. Just pick a prize.
You don't even have to.
You don't even have to answer a question. Just pick a prize.
No. Just pick a prize.
Disney question?
All right, there's still one
Okay, this will be
question.
the last one. I'll do one last question. I'm gonna give you guys an easy one just because the most of the questions I have are like for classic Disney, right? This is gonna be an easy one because if they don't know this one, then I give up. Which character in Frozen likes warm hugs?
Olaf.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Hey! Like I said, that is a recent
All
one.
right,
Okay.
All you.
I have stuff like what is the name of the pub that Flynn brings Rapunzel to in Tangle?
Ugly Duckling.
It's not the Ugly Duckling. Oh man. What is it? The Snuggly Duckling. Actually, give her another prize.
Okay, it's right there.
Give her another prize.
Wow.
Give that man a prize. Okay, now
You win.
So I am not going to give Ming the. This is the second time you.
I'm just gonna put it right
over
there. Okay.
I'm not going to give him the pomp and circumstance that I give everybody else.
Okay.
Lies.
not.
I need to start recording
Okay.
first.
Wow.
Yeah, don't forget to hit record. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Okay.
You get to say that. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is a nerd success story. One of us.
Wait, what?
One of us.
Okay.
One of us.
Hey, you're one of us.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow. Thank you.
He's built the website for Kevin Smith's production company, View Askew Productions. He continues to work on many of Smith's online projects, and you probably know him from the hit show Comic Book Men. Most recently, hosting a weekly podcast called I Sell Comics on Smith's podcast network, Smodco. You'll be able to see him in the latest Kevin Smith film, the 4:30 movie, which I'm excited to watch. And the nicest guy in the nerd universe. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Please welcome Ming Chen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was all accurate information. Did you spell my name right on that?
Did I?
No, you did.
I was like,
You did.
I was like,
I'm
did I
just
not?
checking. Just checking.
It's racist.
I'm just checking. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you guys for coming out. I know it's late in the convention. I know some of you might be here early to get a good seat for the cosplay contest, and wish you won't be able to get rid of me because I'm hosting that as well.
Exactly.
But no questions off the table for this panel. You can ask anything you want. There's an audience mic right there. And I think you wrote these, right? You wrote these questions?
We wrote the questions. Yeah, she wrote the questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly.
Okay. Fire away, anybody.
All right. So starting off,
Okay.
we have a segment on our show called Growing Up Geeky.
Okay.
What did you geek out on when you were a kid? And then some of us know this stuff, but like,
I'm an 80s kid, so my parents weren't home a lot, so I watched a lot of TV. I didn't have enough money to go out or anything, and I watched a lot of TV. So these are all kids here. Does anybody here remember like the A-Team or Super Friends? I woke up early to watch Super Friends. The A-Team, Knight Rider. Knight Rider's a big one. It's
Yeah.
like a talking
Kit.
car.
Kit.
Kit, the Lou Ferrigno Hulk.
Mhm.
That's
yeah.
CBS. The Dukes of Hazzard. Like anything that would appeal to like like a 6-year-old to 12-year-old on TV. I would, Thundercats. Yeah, and then my big fandom though during that time here was G.I. Joe.
Yes.
Huge G.I. Joe
G.I.
fan.
Joe.
Big old
Huge.
Hasbro fan too. So it's like
Yeah.
Hasbro kid.
Yeah.
Because knowing's happening.
Yeah, it was G.I. Joe above anything else. I love Transformers, but the Transformers toys were expensive.
Yeah.
The G.I. Joe figures were at most maybe $3.
And that was back when they were cast iron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The G.I. Joes were $3. Transformers started at like $10,
Yeah.
and I didn't have enough money for those. So the G.I. Joes, I had enough money to kind of build an army of Cobra and G.I. Joes. So,
Yeah.
and then He-Man, I just couldn't relate to. The big muscular white guy with a bowl haircut and fuzzy underwear and a green tiger. It wasn't something I could aspire to. But like Storm Shadow and Quick Kick, like I was like, man, if I worked out hard enough and like, and I met the Hard Master, like I could become Storm Shadow. I could fight the Joes.
Do you believe in love after love though? Life after love?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So huge G.I. Joe fan, and then any 80s TV shows, and then the magical year, the years 1984 to 1986 occurred,
Yeah.
and we got some of the greatest movies of all time, in my opinion. Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Goonies, Highlander.
Yeah.
Aliens, James Cameron's Aliens.
Yeah.
These are the movies that shaped my life.
The
for
mid
sure.
80s had like it was the pop culture phenomenon because everything that matters now started then.
Yeah,
Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, Dabney Coleman. Yeah,
Dabney Coleman was
Anybody
the
but
man.
us remember Dabney Coleman? Like, yeah, you gotta be old. But Temple of Doom was huge.
Oh yeah.
Especially seeing a guy like Ki Kwan kicking ass.
Right. Exactly.
Against the beating up thuggies.
Everybody.
And Pencott Palace.
Everybody wanted to be or loved Short Round.
Yeah.
Yeah, but me especially. Being
You can relate.
Being a kid of Asian descent.
Yeah.
And it worked out being a nerd. So the guy who played Short Round, Ki Kwan, recently won an Oscar for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah.
Well deserved and overdue.
Yes.
But this
You
was
should have got one for the Matrix.
he did a lot
He
of
did the
choreography. Yeah, for sure. But this is where the nerd stuff paid off though. Was years later, we were at the same Comic-Con in Connecticut.
Nice.
And I was like, holy crap! I might get to meet this guy, like my hero growing up when I was 10 years old. And sure enough, I got to meet him. And I was like, hey man, I totally fanboyed. Probably the last time I really like fanboyed. I was like, hey, you were my hero growing up. I've seen Goonies and Temple of Doom a million times. I even watched you on Head of the Class when you were on there. Just thank you for being my hero. He's like, cool, cool. It's like, listen, man, I heard you were on TV. Like, I don't really watch TV. Like, tell me what do you do? I'm like, it's like, cool. He wants to hear about me. So I told him about Comic Book Man. He's like, cool, cool. It's like, hey, man, you ever get out to LA? I'm like, yeah, I'm there like 3 or 4 times a year. It's like, well, here, take down my number. Next time you're in LA, let's have dinner. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, let's have dinner, man.
I've heard he's like the nicest dude in existence, man.
He is.
Yeah.
So he gave he gave me his number, and I'm like, all right, he probably just tells everybody this, right? But
That's what I thought when you gave me your number. So I was like,
yeah, but it came true. We hung out, right?
Exactly.
So same thing. I was out in LA 4 months later, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna text this guy, see if he was serious about that dinner. And I text and immediately text back. He's like, you're in LA? Let's go have dinner tomorrow night. And we did. We went to a Chinese restaurant.
And so, no, we just decided to be cliche. Let's just do that.
Yeah, but it was a cool like 3-hour dinner, and we were undisturbed. He brought his wife, I brought a friend. We ate a bunch of Chinese food, and there was we're having a great time. But there's a moment where it was like, if my 10-year-old self could see me right now, like how crazy would this have looked, right? So, but it was all because I was a geek. It happened, and then the morning of the Oscars last year, I was like, I'm going to send him a text, man. Why not? So I sent him a text like, hey, great luck tonight. I hope you win. Bet you look great in a tux. And immediately he texts me back on the morning of the Oscars. Like he didn't have anything better to do.
Right.
Like he was just sitting around, but he had a lot to get ready for. So when he won, it was a huge moment for me personally.
Yeah.
It really, there's some people that you really want to see win. He's definitely one of them. So
yeah. Did you see the slow down picture that they took of him on the red carpet?
No.
Yeah. So there's this guy that sets up
Slam
a camera
bot.
and takes like slow down pictures.
Yeah.
And he had him doing a pose. And I guess a couple months later at the Emmys, he was like, hey, if I see you again, I want to do another one because I didn't like the way I did the first one.
Oh, he was perfectionist.
And he went back and did it again.
Right.
And it's just like, that shows me how genuine of a person he is, because he was just like, yeah, no, I want to do one better that makes it look good for you, but also it's
Right.
fun and I want to do it again.
He couldn't sleep until they let him do it again.
Probably.
Yeah. So sometimes being a nerd pays off.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it pays off.
And actually, he was my favorite character in the Goonies.
Oh, by far. Yeah.
Because as being a kid that was like into like technology and stuff, and he was the inventor, so it's just kind of like,
Yeah, I don't really cosplay, but that's the one cosplay I'd like to do, is a really accurate data cosplay one
you
day.
just gotta walk around with the trench coat. You're fine.
It's not that easy, my friend. You need the big box. You need the slick shoes. You need
Yes.
the boxing glove. You need the camera. You need the Pinterest apparel. It's not that easy.
You
man.
can probably borrow a trench coat from Kev, dude. It'd probably work fine.
And then if you get the trench coat, he's got like very specific
does actually.
patches.
Yeah.
Like NASA and like the FBI. These are they're very specific patches. Like I would like to do it correctly.
Love that. Love
One
that.
day.
One day. If you
One
ever
day.
decide to cosplay, right? Take it to that.
Yeah, as of now, just post the contest is way easier.
So we mentioned Comic Book Man kind of at the top when we were listing off your accomplishments
Yeah.
here. What were you doing before Comic Book Man? Like before you were on the show, everything like that? Can you give us your story?
You want my whole work history?
Yeah.
Like,
We'd
all right, well,
like
I
your just generally what
yeah,
kind of work were
I
you
started out mowing lawns when I was like, 10 years old. I got my first job at Long John Silver's cooking fish when I was 16. No, before that, I was working for Kevin Smith. He had hired me maybe about 10 years earlier, and I was running all his IT stuff. I was the guy who launched his website way back in the mid 90s. Set up his first online store ever, so he could sell weird Jan Silent Bob T-shirts.
You
to the
were
world.
responsible for Movie Poop Shoot.
There was a website called Movie Poop
I
Show
know.
that appears in Jan Silent Bob Strike Back.
Right.
That's something I did. And then I got introduced to the world of podcasting from Kevin. So we were doing a lot of podcasting before Comic Book Man came about. But yeah, I mean, in a way, I was Kevin's social media manager before there was any social media. So he used to have this message board that he would answer questions on. And this was easily 10 years before Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Right.
Like any platform where you could interact with anybody of note or any famous people. So I was sitting in a dark room behind a computer, just happy. I was happy. I love being a nerd. But that's what I was doing. So yeah, being on a reality TV show was the furthest thing from my mind at that time.
Yeah. Oh man, that first season, at least the first couple of episodes, like you got dumped on hard, man.
I still get dumped on hard. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, everyone's like, man, those guys really pick on you that much? Like, is it that bad in real life? I'm like, no, it's worse in real life.
It's like, but that's how like friends are with their friends.
In Jersey, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, definitely in New Jersey, definitely on the East Coast. That's how we show love, is we make fun of each other like that harshly. Because you know, the philosophy is, if your friends screw up and you don't bust them on it, then they're gonna do it again.
Yeah.
But if you make fun of them for it mercilessly, the chances are they won't do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they do it again, you make them fun of them even more, even
Right.
harder. Yeah, for sure. But they're like championship ball busters, man. They're like, you know, Brian Johnson has taken it to an art form, to another level. And to be fair, he makes fun of me mostly, but it's just not just me. He makes fun of everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody. So it's fun to be around him because you're going to get made fun of, but so is everyone else around us. And then even people like from like 2 blocks down, he'll make fun of them. Like no one's safe.
Yeah.
Brian Johnson's his wrath. For
The
sure.
wrath of Brian Johnson.
It's yeah.
And his beard.
Yeah, for sure. But he's taking it to another level. He's
Yeah.
you know, he's probably he's the best insulter I've ever met, for sure. But also a great storyteller, and he's gotten into some weird stuff, man. And then he's good at telling the stories about it. And you're just like, what the hell, dude? Like, why? What were you thinking? And he'll tell you, and it's then you realize, like, you know, I'm not so bad. You know, this guy's got way worse than that. You know? Yeah, this guy's an idiot too. So yeah, but he's my friend,
Yeah.
friend the idiot. Yeah.
That's usually what it is. You always have your friend that's just like, dude, you're an idiot, but I
Yeah.
love you.
Yeah, and as I have 3 of them. They're on the TV show with me.
Right.
And then my favorite part of the show is everyone got to see what idiots they were.
Right.
All 4 of us, to be fair, we're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
idiots. Yeah. It worked though. It kind of
Absolutely
worked.
did. It
Yeah,
does.
and then Kevin kind of tied us all idiots together.
Well, you know, and he has a way of doing that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
worked for him for almost 40 years now.
Right.
So, yeah, for sure.
So speaking of Kevin Smith,
Yes.
or not, I don't know how you're going to answer this question.
Okay.
Who were your role models growing up?
That's a great question. You know, besides like Storm Shadow, like, do fictional characters count?
Yeah, you
Yes,
could.
I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, like Storm Shadow and like Big Bird. No, Bruce Lee was one of them for sure.
Mhm.
You know, at the time he was kind of the only, the only Asian action star for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jackie Chan came along later on,
Yeah.
but he was definitely influenced by Bruce Lee, championed by Bruce Lee.
Well, he worked with Bruce Lee
Definitely,
at
yeah.
one point.
He
too.
did, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If you watch Enter the Dragon,
Yeah.
you see Jackie Chan getting kicked in the face and
Yeah.
choked out. Is pretty. He's one of the henchmen. Yeah, he was definitely one of them. And then Luke Skywalker, and then later I was like, oh, he's a real guy. Like, yeah, Mark Hamill,
Yeah.
George Lucas. Those guys were definitely guys I looked up to. And then later on, I got into like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, guys I looked up to, and then Jim Lee. I started to read the X-Men, Batman.
Awesome.
Yeah, those are those. Yeah, it was all pop culture related. And, Peter Venkman, or Bill Murray, either one. Those are definitely role models as well. I like comedy, so like George Carlin, Chris
Oh,
Rock,
Yeah.
Yeah.
guys I really admired as well. But
That's awesome.
yeah, like anybody on screen, I was a big fan of, both on screen and off. I tried to, I was like the people, the actors. It's like, oh, maybe one day I'll meet them. That'd be pretty cool. So still haven't met Bill Murray yet, though. That'd be
I think
That'd be
yeah,
pretty cool.
mostly you just hang out at golf courses now.
golf courses and baseball stadiums.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
I hear he is like, the white buffalo, the dude just kind of appears where
Right.
he appears and then just disappears for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's just how he is.
I
And-
heard that's also like a problem when filming. He just shows up on set and
Yeah.
nobody knows if he's going to show up or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he just shows up and he knocks it out of the park. So
Right.
yeah, for sure.
And then he's
Um,
like, I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day. Yeah.
Yeah, but Harrison Ford for sure.
Yeah.
It's Indiana Jones and Han Solo. So yeah, anybody who was cool on screen was definitely a role model for sure.
Awesome.
And then maybe not so tall. Michael J. Fox. Who doesn't?
Right, yeah.
Who didn't want to be Marty McFly back in the 80s?
Oh
Seriously.
yeah. Or who didn't have a crush on Alex P. Keaton?
Yeah, for sure.
Right,
And then
and
he was just kind of he's a great actor, but he was short like me, and really funny and kind of his
No, I did.
his characters were
In love
great.
with the young Republican?
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I loved him starting in Family Ties, and then Back
Yeah.
to the Future for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm
Great.
trying to think of anybody else, but Yeah, I had a lot of people that I really looked up. Every time I turned on the TV screen or went to the movies, yeah,
Somebody new.
I met a cool role model. Yeah, for sure.
Nice. What are some of your fondest memories from filming Comic Book Man? Like, what is some of the things that like stand out?
I think I mean, the bar none, the greatest moment was when Stan Lee came in.
Yeah.
And we got to hang out with him for 4 hours, like 4 solid hours. You know, but the people are always like, what was it like meeting him? I was like, you ever met God? Because that's what it was like. And, you know, some people were like, that's sacrilegious, man. And I was like, well, God created things. Stan Lee created things.
Yeah.
Like, and Stan Lee created like the Hulk and the X-Men and the Avengers.
A lot of people don't realize
created
that. Like,
Spider-Man.
yeah, a lot of people don't realize that someone like Stan Lee is a god to us.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You know, comic books were at the time, you know, kind of like a religion.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Like
you know,
artistically, Jim Lee is up there with me too. Like
Sure.
when you mention Jim Lee, like he's somebody that I kind of like level up there. We
Yeah.
were talking last night, and I was saying Neil Gaiman too, as
Oh, yeah,
writer,
yeah.
is
Oh,
another
yeah,
guy
Neil
that's up
Gaiman.
there with me.
Yeah, I think Stanley just built this whole kind
Yeah.
of presence and
Mhm.
persona that, like, no matter where he went, like people noticed. They, you know, like the room would stop
Right.
if he was in the if he even if he walked by, you know, you would hear a murmur in the crowd. Holy crap, that's Stan Lee.
Yeah.
Like it was. Yeah. Even now that he's not with us, you know, even if you see his photo,
Yeah.
you're like, oh man, that's, you know, Stan
Right.
Lee. Everyone's always like, oh, you know, I wish I could have met him, or I did meet him, or, you know, and I love that a guy like Stan. Like anybody from the age of 2 to 200 knows who he is.
Yeah.
Like my mom knows who Stan Lee is. Like, my mom doesn't care about anybody.
Well, we wouldn't have the amazing comics and wonderful characters if he hadn't done all that. So,
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, so we were lucky. He came in twice, and you know, by the second time, kind of, you know, he was comfortable because he'd been there already. But that first time was pretty huge. And if you watch a show, they're like, all right, he's gonna roll up, and we want you to be the first guy to greet him. I was like, holy crap, I get to make first contact with Stan Lee.
Massive.
And yeah, it was pretty huge. I got to have lunch with him that day. So yeah, we found out he ate an egg salad sandwich and a strawberry milkshake for lunch every day. And so if you want to live to 95,
Yeah.
egg salad sandwich, strawberry milkshake for lunch. I think pretty sure that was the secret to long life, for sure. But I mean, we had so many awesome moments. Ralph Macchio comes to mind. Ralph Macchio came in.
Oh man.
And I'm again 84 Karate Kid, so a huge Karate Kid fan.
Right.
And it was cool. He came in right before, like about maybe 6 months to a year before Cobra Kai aired.
Oh.
And I remember I was like, hey, what are you working on now? I was like, oh, we got this thing we're thinking of. You know, it's a revisit of Karate Kid. I think we're gonna put it on YouTube
I was gonna
Red.
say, but it's gonna be on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, really? He's like, well, YouTube Red.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's that? It's like, it's YouTube's paid service. I'm like, I'll subscribe if that gets off the ground.
Right.
But that
And,
was
you
cool. And yeah, if you watch a show, like he teaches me how to wax on, wax off properly.
Mhm.
Like I guess there's yeah, you have to use the right hand. And he's like, no, this counterclockwise. And then by the end of that, he just started calling me Ming-Yagi.
Ming-Yagi.
Yeah, he coined a nickname for me. He was like, yo, Ming-Yagi, what's up? So, you know, as an 80s kid who first saw him in a darkened movie theater in Indiana, like that was pretty huge for sure. But I mean, we had so many cool people. Adam West came on. We got to drag race with him. Yeah, anyone from the original Star Wars universe, Billy D. Williams, Peter Mayhew. Those were really cool moments. So, yeah, we got lucky though. Yeah, as we went on and got a little more cred, whenever they would pitch to someone, was like, hey, you want to come on the show? I was like, oh, I heard of that. Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing,
Yeah.
man.
Like so many people. Yeah, for anybody like older, like some of our old guys, Lindsay Wagner was a huge one.
Lindsay
The
Wagner,
$6
the
million
original
man, a woman, or Bionic Woman.
Bionic Woman, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
She-
I loved that show.
I really didn't.
Yeah.
And I think I hit some point where I was so sick of the question. I was like, I'm going to answer this honestly. So when they're like, well, what do you want to do when you graduate college? What do you want to do with your life? I was like, you know what I want to do? I want to read comic books. I want to play video games. I want to watch movies. And I want to consume pop culture for a living. And of course they looked at me and they would laugh, or they thought I was joking, or, but they're like, you can't, that's not a job. No one will pay you to love pop culture. No one will pay you to read comic books. And there's no way no one's ever going to be able to make money playing video games, which, as a lot of you kids here know, there's a thing called Twitch.
Who here has a Twitch channel?
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And, as we know, there are guys like Ninja and making millions of dollars per year playing video games. So we proved them wrong, but it took a little while. And, I really didn't know what I wanted to do when I grew up. I really thought if I could just find a way to consume pop culture for a living, that it would be amazing.
And parents, jokes on you. You got to do what you wanted to do for a living.
Yeah, pretty much. I remind my mom of that pretty much every day.
Like, Mom, I make a living like reading comic books. And
yeah, she still wants me to go be a doctor or a lawyer or something, but it's probably not happening.
Yeah,
Unless I get to be Matt Murdock.
You can play a doctor.
Yeah.
He plays a doctor on TV.
Yeah, so I think the closest thing I can tell her is like, well, look at Ken Jeong. He's a doctor, but he gets to be a funny guy, like a really funny guy and he's part of pop culture.
I was gonna say, to go off of what you were saying, he talks about how he became a doctor just to shut his parents up so he can go be a comedian.
Yeah, but as it happened, he's really good at both. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to hate the guy because he's really funny and he's a good dude.
Yeah.
Did you die?
Yeah, and then I don't know, maybe this will get my mom off my back. We're both in the 4:30 movie, Kevin's next movie.
Oh,
So I
man.
get to-
Ken in that?
He's in it, yeah.
I didn't know
He's in it.
that.
He plays a huge part in it. Yeah, he's one of the main characters.
Okay.
So maybe I guess, Mom, I'm in a movie with Ken Jeong. It's like maybe she'll get off my back. I don't know, probably not.
I'm in a movie with the doctor, Mom.
Yeah, movie with the doctor and the Masked Singer. But yeah.
I'm
And
Dr.
She,
Adjacent.
she was like, "Wait, isn't he the naked guy, the little naked guy from The Hangover?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, Mom." It's like, "Are you gonna have to do that?" It's like, if they want me to, yeah. So, hi, how are you?
What's your favorite fandom?
My favorite fandom? That's a tough question. I have a lot of fandoms, but I mean, the one that comes first and foremost is Star Wars. I think if Star Wars didn't exist in this world would be a very dark place.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
sure.
The world already is a dark place. It would be darker.
I mean,
The
way
Empire
darker.
would have won.
Yeah, I was like, some of the people in the audience were old enough. Like I was in the theater in 1977 when Star Wars. My dad took me, and it was a pivotal moment in my life.
Me
And,
too.
yeah, and then the next pivotal moment was when Empire came out. The next pivotal moment was in '83 when I went and saw Return of the Jedi. So,
Which is your favorite of those three?
I probably go to Empire Strikes Back. Well, now upon rewatch, like it is a superior movie in my opinion. Just the storyline.
I agree.
But it all boils down to one moment in Empire. There's one moment where they're on Hoth and one of the rebels has the binoculars. You hear the.
Yeah, that's true.
And he looks and you keep seeing him go up, and I'm like, what the heck is that? It's a freaking AT-AT.
Yeah, you have walking
It's an
cranes.
AT-AT. And as a kid, I was like, what is that? And you see this giant.
It's a walking crane from the Oakland Marina.
Yeah, it's but it can blow things up.
Yeah.
And it's just awesome.
By the
And
way, if
that-
you guys don't get that reference, if you guys ever go to the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland, anything like that, when you go over the Bay Bridge across, you'll see the Oakland Marina, and you'll literally see AT-ATs there. And it's because that's the inspiration that George Lucas had for the AT-AT.
Yeah, well, George Lucas stole everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but he made it work. But everything else, Star Wars, the characters, and every kid relates to Luke Skywalker.
Oh, absolutely.
They want to leave their boring existence.
The
They
hero's
go-
journey.
Yeah, they want to go blow up the Death Star. Every kid wants to fly an X-wing. Every kid wants to wield a lightsaber and chop off somebody's arm. Like that's just how that's.
And then
just-
find out that
the
that guy's your
girls,
dad.
Right.
And the girl nerds, they wanted to be Leia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go from
Yeah.
princess to
So
general.
yeah,
everybody.
Star Wars is still first and foremost.
Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?
Which I found out there in the 501st, there is there for certain events there is a height requirement for the stormtrooper.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
And I am in fact too short.
Too short to be stormtrooper.
Yeah, I found that I was like, dang it, that's real. Yeah. Hi, your question.
Do you love your current job?
Do I love my current job? I love my current job. My current job is very hard to define, though. So people are like, well, what are you doing? So the show got canceled about 6 years ago, and I was like, well, shoot, what am I going to do now? But at the time, I'd started going to Comic Cons, maybe once or twice a month. And after the show started, I was like, wait, I can go more now. I can go every weekend if I want to. And so I started, kind of making the move so I could go as much as I could every week to Comic-Con, like Gem State. I was like, started looking there every weekend.
Yeah.
All year long, there's at least 2 or 3 conventions somewhere in the world, if
Yep.
not 5 or 6, if not more.
Yeah, it
And-
used to be a season. There was a
Yeah.
Comic Con season.
Yeah.
And now it's year round.
Yeah, now it's year round. So I was like, hey, if I work hard enough, if I, establish a good enough reputation, and if I just go out and meet enough people, I could probably go to a Comic-Con every weekend.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's pretty packed my year. But I genuinely love going to Comic-Cons. So if I didn't, I wouldn't go every weekend. So it doesn't feel like a job. It feels like going to a Comic-Con every
Yeah.
weekend. Just like, when, how you woke up yesterday morning,
Yeah,
it's like, oh, I can't wait to go to Gem State. I pretty much feel the same way.
That's awesome.
And then by day, I took a page out of Kevin Smith's book, which he was like, hey, find out what you love to do and see if you can make a living doing it. Then you never really work a day in your life.
Right.
And I was like, well, what do I love doing? One is like, hey, maybe I could run a comic book shop. And they're like, all right, yeah, if you want to go broke and be really stressed out and don't open a comic book shop.
Yeah.
But I was like, hey, I love podcasting. Can I turn that into something I could do and make money at every day? And we just hit the timing right. Podcasting is still on the rise,
Right.
and there's still people trying to figure it out. So I opened up a bunch of studios in New Jersey. I put all the gear in there. I rent it out by the hour, and I help people launch or record podcasts.
That's
And,
awesome.
it's called the Shared Universe. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
pretty awesome. So many people want to do this. So many people should be doing this. Most people, you see all these wires and stuff here. Nobody wants to mess with that.
Yeah.
So that's where I come in. I want to mess with that.
Right.
I'll take that part on.
That's great. You got to a question we were going to ask you, so
Yeah.
it's great.
Yeah. So, I have it set up so where people who want to start a podcast just roll in with their guests or their co-hosts and they just create their show. I take care of everything else.
Wow, that's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go to the shared universe if I could fly to Jersey.
Yeah. Oh, you will be there. So yeah, that's a definite. So even like setups like this, we'll leave the studio and we'll go to cons or events and do stuff like this.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So to answer your question, yes, I love my job. It's pretty awesome. Hi.
Well, I got you the best question of all times.
Okay. What is your best question of all time?
Well, I came from Idaho, which is Twin area.
Yes.
I grew up there in Twin my whole life,
Okay.
but I have a classmate who's starting to do his own comic,
Yes.
and I would want to get him some tips.
Yes. How far along is he in the comic? Is he a writer? Is he your friend Draw?
He's
Oh,
a technology writer.
technology writer. Yeah. So, publishing your own comic book right now in 2024, is probably the easiest.
Yeah.
We're probably at the time where if you want to make a comic book, it couldn't be easy. We're at the easiest point in life where it's pretty easy to do.
You can self-publish on comic
Yeah,
books now.
in the past, if you wanted to make a comic book, it's like, all right, you would have to, maybe come up with some samples and then go pitch it to Marvel or DC. There were only 2 companies back then. And that was pretty tough because if you didn't have a Spider-Man or X-Men, they're like, well,
Yeah.
rejected. Now, a lot of people are like, I can't make a comic. I can't draw. You don't have to draw there. You can hire an
Artists,
artist. Can you come up with a character and a storyline good enough to fill out one issue? And it doesn't even have to be 20 pages or 22. You can do a 4-page comic. You can do an 8-page comic. You can do a 10-page comic. So if you could just write a script, get your idea down on paper and write a script. And there are plenty of scripts online where you can see how it's laid out and how they type it up. From then, you can go online. You can hire artists. They can be American artists. There are artists in Asia that work actually a lot cheaper. A lot of them are very talented.
There's a lot in Spain.
Yeah, a lot in
Yeah.
Spain, a lot in South America.
Mhm.
I mean, there are artists everywhere that are
Yeah.
really good.
For a while,
Yeah.
Italy was big too.
Yeah, Italy.
Brazil has a crap ton too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vietnam, and then you send them what you've written, and they can draw the pages, and then once you get that artwork together, you upload it to a printing service, and you can get a comic book printed out for $3.50.
Yeah.
Like a 24-page comic book. and you can do this all yourself. Basically, you might have to you have to pay the artist, so
Right.
that's not
Yeah.
cheap. But even if the artist is like, oh man, it's going to cost me a few $100s, a couple $1,000s, you can go on Kickstarter
I was just gonna say that.
and
Yeah.
crowdfund to your friends and family and other people. Like, hey, this is what I'm crowdfunding a comic. I need this much to get it published.
Yeah.
Can you help me out? You know, if you give me $10, you'll be helping me out, and you get a copy of the comic
Yeah.
when it's done. And so
Yeah, most
even-
indie creators we talk to, that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, they get all the money up front, and before you even shell out anything to print the page, you've already sold, maybe 100 copies or so. So yeah, I think the toughest part is writing, writing a script. But if you're going to create a comic book, that's what you're there for. If you're going to create a character and a storyline, after that is finding an artist to draw. But once you have all that together, yeah, it's not rocket science. So it's pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless it's a comic about rocket science.
Right. Then you got to learn all
Then-
the rocket
yeah, then
science.
it's rocket
Yeah.
That comes down to your level of research.
Yeah, for sure.
exactly.
But but I think at this point in time, like we're at the time where it's the easiest to create your own comic book, and then once you get it printed out, you can get a booth at a Comic-Con like Gem State, and you can sell it to other people, and who knows who might read it, and then all of a sudden you have a Netflix series based on your comic
There you
book.
go.
You have they're making toys out of the comic book that you wrote. You're going to cons now they invite you to come out and sign copies. Like you never know, but it all starts from getting that idea down on paper.
Next
And
thing
if
you
it
know,
gets really
McFarlane's
big-
making toys.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, if it gets
yeah.
really
And then
big, you got people
there's a Funko Pop made out of the characters that you created. Like you just never know. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So good question. Your question.
Okay. What's your favorite video game or video game series?
Favorite video game or video game series? I have a lot of them. So I'm old. So I grew up.
Leisure Suite Larry.
Yeah, I grew up playing the original Atari 2600. So I was a big Activision fan. So I loved games like River Raid and Sequest.
Like Pitfall.
Yeah, Pitfall. Then I went up and I got the 8-bit Nintendo, and of course I loved Zelda and Super Mario Brothers. But I was really into a game called RC Pro-Am, which
I don't think I ever.
yeah, you were this little RC car, and it was a really innovative racing game.
That's awesome.
My brother had that game.
Yeah, and then Castlevania. I love Castlevania.
Yes.
I love any Konami
Return to
game.
Castlevania, man. That's
Yeah.
where they started changing the
Yeah,
mechanics.
and then Castlevania 2, like and those were ones I played for hours. And then the whole like every Final Fantasy, starting from the first one, the 8-bit Nintendo. But I remember when 7 came out for the original PlayStation. I remember seeing a year before I'd seen it at a gaming shop. It was the Japanese version.
Yeah.
And my mind was blown. I was like, what is this? They're like, oh, it's Final Fantasy 7. I was like, great. Can I buy it? They're like, well, no, this is the Japanese version.
Can I buy it?
Yeah, we had to hack a PlayStation, this won't be out for another year in America, like because they had to translate all the dialogue and everything. So I started saving money. I was like, I'm gonna buy the Japanese version. I thought about learning Japanese just so I could read the dialogue. Like that's how cool that game looked. But eventually I'm like, it'll just be quicker and easier to wait till it comes out. So I remember I was there at midnight at Funko Land, buying Final Fantasy 7. I remember sitting there playing that thing for hours. I think I ditched work for a week. They're like, "Where's Ming?" He's like, "Oh, he's sick." Oh, okay. I hope he gets better. So, but meanwhile, I'm riding around chocobos and I'm like, like casting spells, and and I'm running around his cloud and his motley gang.
Yeah.
So Final Fantasy 7 was pretty huge. Metal Gear Solid was another one I played with for hours.
Yes.
So, but when I was in college, we had networked computers. So I remember my friend coming down. I was like, "Hey, there's this new game called Doom, and we can we can shoot each other."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What?"
I
He's
started
like,
on Unreal Tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you can change weapons and you battle each other in an arena, and whoever kills each other the most, like you win. I'm like, that sounds awesome. So we went to the computer lab and played Doom for hours, and then Quake came out and stuff like that. So the first person shooters were huge. So that those shaped my lives. Yeah. Now the game's out now, I really don't have time to play them anymore, man. I tried to play Fortnite with my son.
I can't do Fortnite.
Didn't really end that well. I'm like, why am I dying? Like, well, you got to get out of the cloud or else you die. And I'm like, all right, I'm done. Like,
You got to skydive first.
Yeah, yeah, I get it because the guy who plays Fortnite more than anybody I know is Jason Mewes. He's
Oh
on
my
there.
God, the stuff that Muse plays, man, it's like I don't know how Muse has enough time in the day to do the stuff he does, but
I mean, he's taking streaming. He takes it seriously. He's on there for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
I remember going into the Jen's on Mob Stash one morning, and he's yelling at a computer screen. He's cursing on an 11-year-old.
yeah,
Yeah, I was
sounds
like,
about right.
okay.
I think I just told a story about me doing that last night. But,
Yeah, for sure.
we have
hello.
one last question
Yes.
before we have
Oh,
to wrap
and
up.
there-
here.
yes, and we have a man of significant power in this town asking this question.
I got the important question for you.
Yes.
As a 80s Joe fan,
Yes.
are you frustrated that the modern movies seem to bear no resemblance to the cartoon or the comics? And how do you feel about modern remakes of 80s stuff in general these days?
It's tough. Yeah, I'm very frustrated. They had a pretty good template. All the characters have backstories thanks to Larry Hama, and yet they don't adhere to them. And it's funny to see Larry Hama's the guy who pretty much orchestrated the whole G.I. Joe universe. He wrote all the file cards, and he put his heart and soul into each of the backstories of each of these characters, which they conveniently just ignored in all the movies. And I can tell, I talked to him, and we don't, I can tell by just looking at him, he doesn't have to say it outright, that these live actions, they frustrate him.
Yeah.
He's like, I did all this work for you guys already. Just follow what I did. And
I
they
hate when they go
refuse to
off
do it.
source material
Yeah.
like that because it's like it's there. And the story's already good. You don't have to change it.
Yeah, and they try to play. I don't want to use the word placate him, but they try to they put him in the Snake Eyes movie. He plays a Yakuza boss. Really, you can see a quick scene, but I don't and so he couldn't really say anything bad about it. But I could tell like he probably wasn't a huge fan of it.
I know somebody who worked on that film.
Yeah.
And when it went to editing, he immediately told me, "Do not go watch this movie.
Yeah.
It's terrible."
Yeah, so it is frustrating. It's frustrating anytime they take one of our beloved comic book properties and they proceed to screw it up.
Yeah.
It's like, how are you screwing this up? You have the storyline right here. It's the easiest job in the world.
Right.
Just follow the storyline. The one that sold 1 million copies.
Exactly.
And then, if you're directing it, there's no way to screw it up. It's storyboarded for you already.
I think they forget that the people that partially need to appeal to are the
Yeah.
people who grew up loving it.
Yeah.
Because we're the ones paying for this stuff.
Right.
So it's like,
Yeah. So to answer your question, it's frustrating because, and you hope that one day they'll get it right.
Yeah.
And they continue to get it wrong, but every so often they do get it right, or someone else just comes out of left field and takes a different twist on it, and it's really cool. So I don't want to sound all doom and gloom, but Hollywood, man, they just don't
Hollywood,
get it.
man.
Yeah.
They just don't get it. They need to hire real hardcore nerds to work on this.
Seriously, I keep saying that.
Yeah, and this is why I hope.
That's why Mandalorian's so good.
Yeah, and this is why I have a little hope for the DC universe. That James
Yeah.
Gunn is a nerd.
Yes.
He's
You know,
super nerd. Yeah.
I haven't met him. I'm friends with his brother Sean, who's
Yeah.
in Guardians of the Galaxy, and
Yeah.
I can
Rocket
tell.
Raccoon himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a true nerd, and he,
It was also Kurt.
if
on
he
Gilmore
disappoints
Girls.
us, he'll also be disappointing himself. So I have hope for the James Gunn led DC universe.
Yeah.
He
sure.
seems to know the characters.
So we
too.
do have to start wrapping up here.
Okay.
Because I got to get you ready for the next part, which is
Yeah.
a couple
Yeah.
minutes.
You,
from
you're
now.
not. You can't get rid of me yet.
No, I'm not getting rid of you at all.
Yeah.
But I have two last. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah. What's
Since
your
she's been
question?
standing there.
How old's your kid?
Oh, I have two kids. They're 19 and 16. 19-year-old daughter, 16-year-old son. Yeah, my daughter's into Broadway and musicals,
Oh,
and my kid's a gamer, Fortnite, Roblox, Call of Duty, all the usual.
You did it, so I guess he.
Yeah, so I can't say anything.
There you
So
go.
yeah, so yeah, my kids are old now, but they're pretty cool nerds for
That's
sure.
good.
Yeah, so we'll fire away. What are your last two?
So this is usually a hard question for everybody else,
Okay.
but you're a big hardcore foodie,
Sure.
so it shouldn't be too hard for you.
Okay.
What is your favorite kind of taco?
Favorite taco?
Yeah.
Geez, there been many a day and many a late night where like, man, I just crushed like 10 Doritos Locos tacos.
Oh, yeah.
Taco Bell.
I mean, we almost got tacos last night. It was just kind of late.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the Mexican street taco, the real authentic ones. But if you're anytime's a good time for a Doritos Locos Taco Supreme, which
would
is
not
not even, it's barely food.
Yeah.
That meat's not real meat.
No.
That dust they put on, there's no cheese in that. It's all chemicals, and yet it works.
it's still tasty.
A Doritos Loco Taco Supreme with like Diablo sauce on it.
Oh my
You know,
God.
especially at 3 in
The
the morning.
volcano, the big volcano tacos that were out for a little while too.
Yeah. Yeah. 3 in the morning. Like
Yeah.
that's heaven, man. It's heaven. But yeah, those, yeah. They're tacos out, quesadilla tacos. Those are good too. So,
Yes.
But yeah. But you know, last meal, yeah, Doritos Loco Taco would be part of that. But you're served by the Crunchwrap Supreme, man. But that's not a taco.
It's also my
let's
go-to
not go
though.
there.
But yeah. So who would win in a fight? And this is a serious nerd question
Okay.
right here.
All right.
Aquaman
Okay.
or Namor the Submariner?
Man, that's a tough question, and it just baffles me that Namor. You know, they're trying to make him popular.
I was gonna say
It's
I
tough.
asked this question a few years back.
Yes.
And Namor hadn't been introduced
Right.
yet, so nobody knew who it was. But
Yeah.
the person I asked was like, "Oh my God, okay, does he have an army or are they by themselves?" I was like, "Give me both."
Yeah, you know what wins in the Battle of Swag though? Namor stole Sue Storm from Reed Richards at one point.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, he
has
doesn't care,
riz.
man. He's a bad boy, man.
Yeah.
Aquaman kind of a Boy Scout.
He is.
So, yeah, I'm gonna go Namor. I'm gonna go Namor.
Because even like the most hardcore version of Aquaman,
Yeah.
is still not as badass as Namor
Right.
at
Yeah.
his best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's got the attitude to.
Yeah.
Like he'll cheat. He'll gouge an
Exactly.
eye out. He'll punch below the belt.
Mhm.
He'll fight dirty and in a fight, no holds barred, man. No holds barred. So yeah, I can go Namor.
Absolutely, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. So where can everybody find you if they want to follow you, learn more
I'm
about
very
you?
easy to find. I'm probably coming to a Comic-Con near you. Luckily, you know, this week happened to be Boise, Idaho, and I love this con. I love this town. I love the people. I love finger steaks.
Yes.
Yeah, I like everything. You know, I love everything about this town.
Dude,
So
that thing changed my life.
I will be back. And if I don't come back, talk to Dave Hallworth and be like, we need Ming Chen back, or I'm not coming to Gem State anymore. So yeah, I will be back, my friends. But but I'm online. Ming Chen 37's on all across social media. MINGCHEN 37. But I'm really not a hard guy to find. I'm all over the place. So or you know, you can find me at whatever dive bars in whatever town you're in.
Right. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ming Chen.
Thank you guys. Stay tuned for the teen and kids cosplay contest starting around 5-ish, hosted by me and Phoenix, wherever you are. Phoenix, are you out there? Phoenix. Me and Phoenix will be co-hosting. And we have our judges, Eric Page, Larissa Page, and the Duchess. We have the Duchess. So I think we have about 30 teen contestants, and we have some kids contestants as well. About 20, yeah, and fabulous prizes. Big shout out to the Tomb Room for bringing the cosplay contest. So don't move, anybody. Coming up soon. But thank you guys so much. Love you, Gem State.
Thank you, guys.
Right back.
Thank you.
Tokyo Mew Mew, everybody. Get them ready.
What's going on, guys? So Gem States Con is coming to an end. It's been fun, and I'm trying to set this up so I can close this show out. Not done yet. Hold on. All right. So it's been a long weekend. You didn't see too much of me. You did see a lot of Phil and Frey, but we were up here kind of tag teaming this whole event. Got tons of pictures, talked to a lot of people, met a lot of really cool people. I was really excited about this event. And then every time I did come up on using this Donner mic, I got to show them off because this mic is amazing. We use it as a backup for our audio too. So if there was anything missing, we got it on this. And so, yeah. But calling it a day because I got a long drive home. Hate to leave, but got to leave. It's a beautiful sunny day today. No rain, no nothing. We're really excited to be able to go home in good weather because coming up here, guys, it was bad. So, you know what? It was this event was really fun. Everybody here was amazing. They're doing a cosplay right now, a cosplay contest right now with Ming Chen, who was a lot of fun to hung out with them last night. Look forward to seeing him again. So, guys, this is Eugene with the Geek Saga, and every Wednesday, 7:30, live streaming, and that's Pacific Standard Time for those of you guys that don't know. But, yeah, I don't know what else to say except, you guys have a good one. And, of course, as always, the saga continues. I'll see you guys later.